and productivity of small and medium enterprises. I have a slide. Mary, can you put it up, please? I sent it to you. Sure. Do you have the slide? Or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you put the first page up, please, for the audience? Thank you. While she's putting it up, just to save time, we all know statistically that small and medium enterprises are the backbone of Africa's economy. And also SMEs hire 80% of the workforce in most African nations. So really, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the AU, the World Trade Organization, they all chorus the idea that SMEs are the backbone of Africa's economy. Even the World Bank agrees with that fact, and the IFC too. More than 50% of SMEs are in the informal sector, though. That raises the question of, formalization issues. I'll be addressing that later, right? And also the question of survivalist SMEs. And most females actually participate in this sector. Women traders participate in 74% of small, medium enterprise informal sector in most of Africa. And as of 2019, globally, there are like 9.4 million female-owned SMEs in over 140 nations. But Africa is the African continent is the only continent where more women than men are entrepreneurs. So this is a very critical sector for women, really, and for building capacity. But I'll discuss that later. Now, Mary, do you have the slide, or you're having trouble putting it up?
1 moment, please. You can continue. 1 moment.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Okay. So also in terms of statistics, only 2% of entrepreneurs have 10 or more workers. So this raises the question of scaling up and also economies of scale for this sector, right? And that also tells us that 98% of entrepreneurs entrepreneurs have 10 or less workers. So that raises the question of fragility of people that work in this sector. Okay, so SMEs, we also know statistically that SMEs contribute only 2% of GDP in most African nations. Oh yeah, that's the chart. That chart that we have, I took the picture on the extreme right. That's the face of the typical female-owned SME in the informal sector. She's like a street side hawker, a roadside hawker. Thanks, Mary. Thanks for putting it up. And in the middle, you have a textile, the textile industry where women participate. This is mostly services industry. I think I mentioned, I'm not sure if I did, but I want to rub it in, that more than 50% of SMEs or workers in the SME sector work in the services industry, while only 8% of SMEs are in the manufacturing sector. And we'll be addressing this question of services versus manufacturing, and the implications here are skilled versus unskilled labor. So now, these statistical diagnoses that I've given so far reveal challenges, and they raise 3 questions. The first one is, why do SMEs contribute as low as 2% of GDP in most African nations? And the reason, as I mentioned earlier, more than 50% of SMEs are in the informal sector. Therefore, governments are unable to capture revenues from them because they exist pluralistically with governments, right? So this creates an opportunity to incentivize those SMEs to formalize, especially female-owned SMEs and SMEs that are youth, young females. Because what happens if you don't incentivize them to formalize, or if you don't help them, they become, fragile in terms of their earning capacity. Their jobs are really very dicey, you see. And the second question I have regarding that, is, why are there more SMEs working in the services sector than in the manufacturing sector? The reason is very simple. It's because unlike the manufacturing sector, the service sector can hire unskilled labor. And this is partly why the service sector in most African nations is considered unproductive, you see. And not only is it economically not very viable in terms of long-term sustainability for the people that work in that sector, but it's also quite unproductive. This also creates an opportunity to incentivize those SMEs to be productive. Now, the third question here is, what is the impact of COVID-19 lockdown on the survivalist SMEs, and what are possible opportunities of the 2019 AFCTA? Now, thank you. Oh, wow, Mary, good job. You switched to that. So really, to give you a real overview on AFCTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area came into force, of course, last year, 2019. And of course, as of 2020, only 54 nations of the 55, Eritrea has, of course, not signed it, 54 have signed. And of course, only 28 nations have ratified it. Now, what's the goal? The goal of the AFCTA is to, of course, improve and increase and strengthen intra-Africa trade in African value-added products from cradle to grave. For example, cocoa, for instance, that is normally, sourced in maybe Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana or Nigeria. You find that the end result of the finished products in the past used to be maybe Switzerland, where chocolate is made from cocoa. So now the goal is to make sure that from cradle to grave, in other words, from the farm, the agri stage to the finished product, from the primary stage of the cocoa to the finished product, that it's all done in Africa. So they're going to, what the plan is to provide preferential treatment for those products and for African nations to be able to trade within, because you only have intra-Africa trade so far is about 15 to 17%, as opposed to trade between African nations and Western nations, or between Africa and China. So that's a very critical. Can we switch to the next slide, please? Yeah. Slide 2 or slide 3, please. Yeah. So really, moving on, when we talk about the challenges of COVID-19 and what it has done, the limited supply chains have worsened the plight of survivalist and opportunist SMEs because, of course, there are protectionist policies that have undermined exportation of food and medical supplies to Africa, or most African nations. So this is a challenge, but at the same time, I believe it's also an opportunity. It has the COVID-19 lockdown and pandemic, even though it's created this challenge, has also created an opportunity for private and public sector in AFCTA member nations to promote and implement incentivization, formalization, and productivity measures for SMEs in food, medical supply chain, and beyond. Now, what are those measures quickly? Because I want to make sure I keep to my time. The measures that they could implement with regard to this are incentivizing female-owned SMEs through maybe capacity building initiatives, knowing what their rights are, not just business rights and trade facilitation issues should be addressed within the rubric, but also even human rights. Women who work across borders, most people don't realize that some of them are abused, sexually abused. They're working in the streets, right? So they face all kinds of human rights abuse. They don't know where to go to seek help. It's not just helping them with financial capacity. There's also the non-financial area in terms of providing them with access to information on where they should go to seek funds. Okay, my company, I'm a CEO of AfroCosmoDev Impact, and we had a first series 2 weeks ago, and the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs even, gave a wonderful presentation at our first series event. And she mentioned, and you can find it on on our website, she mentioned how women were wailing in the marketplaces. These are female-owned SMEs when COVID kicked in, because they didn't know what to do. They're between but then they could face the risk of dying through COVID if they get exposed in the marketplaces. There was nobody there to buy their products. They were scared they were going to catch COVID. They also face, domestic violence at home because some of their husbands are very upset. When people are locked in the homes, then they're not earning any living or whatever, frustrations kick in, and women sometimes bear the brunt of it. So look at what's going on with SARS right now in Nigeria with the youth. And, my heart goes out to men too, but also the women. There's a danger that there's an increase in prostitution. They're facing all kinds. So in terms of measures that could be taken, there are opportunities there. Capacity, like I mentioned earlier, also creating an enabling environment, business environment for them to be able to be more productive. Beyond capacity, training and all that, and also improving the ease of doing business for them in terms of licensing fees and the whole gambit. There's also factoring and fintech. There are all so many creative financial mechanisms that they could be exposed to, and also helping them to scale up. There's so many opportunities out there, and my company does, in addition to capacity building and helping them to have access to markets. What we also do is what you call street law for trade facilitation, exposing them to business rights, secure transactions, business formation, franchising, mergers, acquisitions, consolidation. The woman I had in the picture on the first page, she was selling what you call bolly. There's a woman across the street from her that was selling, and by the way, this is banned. The street hawking is banned. Well-intentioned, but what do you expect them to do? They have no means of livelihood. They still do their street hawking. There's no reason why you couldn't have a halal, New York style halal approach where the government provides them with parking space, a spot where they could sell their products and also improve the health, labor, and environmental health and consumer safety for the standards for them. They need to be exposed to that too. If you look at the environment where she was standing, selling her products, it's not very clean and safe for even consumers. Neither is it for her. So if there were, those opportunities provided for her, the government would benefit by charging minimal fees. They would also benefit. It could be a win-win situation. Across from where she was, somebody was selling water. Somebody else was selling what you call akara, which is like beans. Why wouldn't they be exposed to the possibility of merging and consolidating so that they can scale up and improve the economic viability and competitiveness? Those are opportunities out there, but of course, literacy is an issue for some of them in terms of understanding English. But this could be done in their language, and also the list goes on as to measures that the government could take, both financial and non-financial. But I would like to stop here and then leave it open to Q&A so that I don't exceed my time. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very, very interesting and very informative presentation by both of our illustrious panelists. I wanted to open up the floor for questions as mentioned, but before I do so, I wanted to pose one question and use the prerogative of the moderator. Mr. Simpkins, you mentioned some of the wonderful programs that are currently taking place. You talked about the AGOA. You talk about the Yale. I familiar with those programs. Some folks believe that that it has not given it has, while it has fueled a lot of the trade the opportunity for trade of African countries. Some believe that it needs to be expanded. And perhaps you could share with us, if you have the data on the number of jobs it has created and the amount of trade that has increased since the first gen of the AGOA. And then women are a very important part of that equation, as Dr. Valentina has mentioned. I wanted to get a sense in terms of who are really the participants, the benefactors of AGOA. Are you finding that women, and Dr. Valentina, if you could probably delve into that a little bit. I want to focus on agriculture. Are you seeing agriculture as a major area where women can play an even more significant role than they are actually playing? And is AGOA a vehicle where that can actually take place? So either one of you could go first with Dr. Simpkins, if you can touch on it a little bit, because I think AGOA sometimes is just big and not enough people know it. You started giving us a little bit of the data. Thank you.
Well, as it happens, I worked on AGOA from the beginning, just as I've worked on Prosper Africa from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And one of the major flaws in AGOA has been that there was no real connection of SMEs in the United States with SMEs in Africa. We, as I said, the U.S. government, with good intentions, but it was somewhat misguided, connected many African producers to large companies. I mentioned JCPenney, there are others. And initially, some of the African companies like in Ghana, in textile and apparel, did make some deals initially with these buyers in America. The problem is they're too big because they want too much in a constant flow, and many of the African producers can't match that. So it's like having, a squirrel wrestle with a bear. It just doesn't. It doesn't compute. So what we're trying to do now is to connect SMEs in America with SMEs in Africa. As my colleague mentioned, that is really the basis of African business, is SMEs, but it's also the basis of job creation here in America. Indeed. Big business doesn't create as many jobs as SMEs do, either here in America or in Africa. And we need to produce that. When we started Prosper Africa, the idea was that we wanted to increase the dollar amount of trade between the United States and Africa. We wanted to increase the number of companies involved, but we also wanted to increase the number of jobs created in America and in Africa. We have a metric in the United States which says that for every $1 billion in exports, it creates about 5.5 million jobs in America. Mm-hmm. So we'd like to be able to keep that up. But the thing is that AGOA is in some ways one-sided. Under the World Trade Organization rules, the only way that a developed country can provide the benefits like under AGOA to developing countries is that we do it without demanding reciprocal benefits for ourselves. So that meant that a lot of American companies, the bigger ones, didn't see a lot of value in pressing to participate in AGOA. Now, they still do trade, of course, but for a long time, the extractive industries, mining, oil, were the ones who dominated AGOA. Now you're seeing more manufacturing jobs being created, and that's great. But in order for that to happen and be sustainable, you need SME buyers here. The shirt I'm wearing has African accents on it. People like me wear them. There actually are a lot of white people who've worked in Africa who wear them. There may be even others who've never been to Africa who might wear them. But if you're counting on the big stores to sell this every day, you're out of luck. You need the stores that sell them consistently. And again, you're talking about small business. maybe that small business in Africa can supply one store, and that's fine. But maybe they can build up to 5 or 10 or 15 stores. What we're working on now in our import strategy is to enable them to do that. Right now, AWEP is in discussions with the African Merchants Association about being able to establish a relationship where there's an identifiable pool of producers in Africa and an identifiable pool of buyers in America that you can match. And USAID is working on a virtual deal room so that the deals can be shepherded through. So we're doing now what we probably should have done 20 years ago, but better late than never.
Thank you. Dr.
Yes.
Kamal-Bissat?
Yes, your question was, is web two-part. Is AGOA an important place for women to play a role, and especially in agriculture, right?
Yes.
Yes. Definitely, but let me have it's not so much a caveat, but just to note that AGOA expires 2025.
Yes.
So the big deal for Africa now is not so much AGOA, but the AFCTA, operationalizing it, which I probably didn't mention, but I want to rub it in, was supposed to be operationalized by now, but as Wamkeli, who heads it, mentioned, it's going to be operationalized at 2021 January. Having said that, AGOA is still critical. The second point with AGOA is, yes, it's critical. Of course, as my distinguished co-panelist mentioned, he's wearing an outfit or whatever, beautiful African outfit. Kenya and some of those countries capitalize on it. So I see some of made in Kenya in the stores. Nigeria, I know I presented at an event a while ago at Mary's event on AGOA. As you know, AGOA is not a treaty. It's a legislation, and it's also a preferential. The US actually uses AGOA as a trade preferential treatment on a case-by-case basis for various African nations. So it depends on which country. And of course, as I emphasized at my presentation, I believe it was last year, and I think you attended too, right? Nigeria, South Africa, Angola are highest exporters. A lot of people don't know, but it's primarily loaded in extractive industry. Yes. You're absolutely right. African nations can't move forward if they don't move their women forward. I'm not trying to be a feminist here. It's common sense. Men need to also be included in this whole thing. AFCTA, AGOA did not emphasize, it's not a treaty. It didn't talk about, like AFCTA talks about, inclusivity, including women and youth. Okay, we're yet to see when it operationalizes, it's all that is going to happen. But as they said, right now, as Wamkeli put it, and most of African Union, AFCTA should be Africa's Marshall Plan. In other words, they're already moving things forward in the agriculture sector. As you mentioned, this is why my presentation zeroed in on food, the food and medical supply chain. Countries are already working on boosting the agricultural sector locally. They're looking at, helping women, not just women, but, SMEs, locally, local SMEs, so to speak, to become more productive. What are they doing? Improving ease of doing. I know Nigeria is working on that. So Shibanjo, if you Google, you will see his YouTube on that. They're providing financing. Even Kenya and some countries, East Africa, Southern Africa, they're trying to come up with creative ways in which they can help SMEs. Fintech, for instance, which is a technology-based financing mechanism, especially trying to reach the informal sector, because basically women have cell phones, right, even in villages in Africa. So absolutely. Fintech is a way in which and also one of the problems they face is financing in terms of credit worthiness. Some of them don't own land, they don't own anything. So they're exploring different creative ways. People, we have extended family philanthropy in Nigeria and Kenya and, all of, Rwanda, wherever you go in Africa, West Africa, East, South, that's something. So if you have a rich relative, could they be your guarantor? Could they be guarantor for a bank loan if you don't have? There's also factoring, but factoring has kicked off in some parts of Southern and East Africa. It hasn't kicked off in, say, Nigeria a little bit, but not all of Africa. They're getting there, you see. The non-financial ways, how about affordable infrastructure? Because you talk about agribusiness. The event I had, the first series of my AfroCosmo event forum, we had 2 SMEs and they were in the food industry. The guy who produces his Dundu Nation, he's the first franchise in Nigeria, well, Nigerian-owned franchise, because we have one that's South African, and a woman who owns a franchise that, well, it's not yet a franchise, but she's trying to turn it into one. She runs what you call luscious chocolate. So she's producing from cradle to grave. So you're right. AGOA has not, most countries, SMEs are not aware either, as my brother mentioned, USAID, they're working on it. That's why they have, I think they have a hub. Right, and I believe they did move from Ghana to Nigeria. Correct me, my colleague, if I'm wrong.
It is Nigeria.
Yes, exactly. So they're trying to bring, because access to information and knowledge is also critical. So AGOA is still relevant, but let's bear in mind it expires 2025. African nations, in fact, right now with the FTA, because you have the Kenya-US FTA currently being negotiated, right? The US and Kenya. There is a bilateral trade agreement, free trade agreement. So the country, the US under Trump administration is zeroing in on next measures. Now, FTA, is there going to be another country after Kenya? Or is the US going to negotiate as a bloc with the AU, the African, the AFCTA as a unit? So that's another issue. But I think we all agree that the US plans to do it country by country. But what are the implications for AFCTA and for women? Because inclusivity is part of the whole deal, especially for youth, female youth, because the other alternative is prostitution and they're all in the streets and, doing nothing, they're being raped. I mean, it's chaotic. Look at SARS, what's going on. The underpinning of SARS is no job, period. It's unemployment. It's critical. It's all over the world. Because while we're talking about globalization, the SMEs are left behind, especially what I call the survivalist SMEs, and women are at the crux of domination in that sector, in that informal sector. So you're right, there's room for tapping into, encouraging women to have access, but lots of knowledge needs to be impacted on them in terms of where to go. It's too complicated for them, I think, the process. For most women who are on the ground, for them to understand what they need to do to have access. And let me give you one last thing about the biggest challenge that sometimes is left out is economies of scale. Yeah. Women who are small scale producers of products, as I mentioned earlier, only 2% of entrepreneurs have 10 or more workers. Most of them is just one-man business or two-man business. They're working with their children or, whatever. They can't scale up. Even if an American company today orders chocolate from a Ghanaian or Cote d'Ivoire SME, they can't produce enough. They don't have large economies of scale to be able to meet the demands. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is exactly scaling. Huh?
And I think both of you panelists have touched on this. You've talked about the lack of capacity and the ability to respond to their trading partners on this side, yet we don't really talk about a significant component that is needed, which is the technology transfer and the level of investment of their partners on this side. Because while the partners on the continental side, on the African continent side, may not necessarily have the modern technology, or they may not necessarily have the mechanism to assure the certain consistency that's needed that you find in other medium-sized manufacturing companies, what they have is a tremendous amount of natural resource. So they're very rich on that side. But the valuation of it seems to be not looked at equally or looked at in a way that doesn't advantage the individuals with the actual natural resources. So how do you change that? How do you change that? How do you change the way that we're going about recognizing that there's some significant deficits or limitations to maximize on the opportunities that we have in AGOA and in terms of what we're trying to do on trade? The other aspect is marketing. Not enough people know about what the U.S. is doing. The U.S. is not doing a good job telling its own story. You know, so if you could touch on that, and then we'll go to questions from our guests,
Yes.
if you would.
I think in terms of what you're saying, you raise an important question of tech transfer. But I will also link that to labor. I don't want to go to China, but Africa is blessed. Look at our youth roaming the streets. Look at what's happening with SARS. We have the market. We have the labor. You know, people talk about consumer base, but we have the labor. Because labor is, factors of production is not only infrastructure, as you mentioned, technology is critical. Affordable infrastructure is critical. But one of it too, and land, that's not a problem. Government can provide that in terms of providing that. But capitalizing, I don't know, that part of it, of land, of labor, because this is where the large economies of scale factors in. Why is it that China, they have a lot of factories and they have a lot of people working? We complain about, they pay them $1 a day or whatever. It's a benevolent dictatorship, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm not proposing we have a benevolent dictatorship where they're flogging you almost like a slave to work for little, for companies to be able to produce. But like I said, even if we were able to come up, USAID, whatever, they came up with buyers for African products, logistically, they will not meet the demands. It's very hard because you don't have a lot of factories that hire a lot of people that capitalize on the labor. Why? And you raise an important question. Vocational education and training is frowned upon in Africa. Let's face it. My brother, you and I know, maybe you tell you, I don't know how many kids you have, but most Africans tell their kids, you have to be a doctor or a lawyer or a scientist. Yeah. Nobody wants to be a farmer or a factory worker. It's frowned upon.
Yeah.
You know, I had a meeting with Fatty, and I'm going to send her this video. She's with the new body that's created, AUD. You know, the African Union collaborated with a group. Anyway, it's an agency, a regional body. And she was talking about what they're doing now. They're bringing, one of the things they're doing to address this question of the aversion to those kind of trades, vocational training, is that they're bringing plumbers and vocational people who are working, as farmers and plumbers, the so-called blue-collar kind of workers that are wealthy in the West to Africa, to teach them that, listen, there's nothing wrong with this kind of trade. It's dignified. You can be an entrepreneur and own your own, plumbing service or farm, and it's attractive. But I want to say that the cheetah generation, I'm pleasantly happy that, I don't want to say surprised, but the cheetah generation, who are the younger ones, I'm sort of between the cheetah and the hippo, I guess. They're schooled here in the US and all. They're going home now to set up agri-business. You know that, right? This is happening. There's a trend, not just only in Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, the whole gambit, South Africa. They're going back. I've been helping and advising some of them. They're going back to set up businesses, and they're capitalizing not so much on AGOA, but AFCTA, or just period, setting up their business. Because you know what? You have to be able to scale up nationally before you're able to transition to start exporting your goods. But it's a good thing. I love the idea of AGOA. I love the idea of joint ventures, which is another answer to your question, between an SME in Africa and an SME here. There's no reason why it shouldn't be happening a lot more. But like we were discussing earlier, it's about information getting out there. It's about breaking the ice, breaking all the barriers to,
Dr. Valentina, I love the energy. You're answering a lot of questions, but you're also raising a lot of questions as well. And that's the dynamics of it. So good. Kirby Simpkins, sir.
First of all, African business people tend to be traders and not entrepreneurs. I've seen too often at trade shows in America, people come over, like the Africando program in Miami every year. They bring dresses, jewelry, whatever, and they sell what they can sell at the trade show, and either they leave it with somebody hoping they can sell, or they take it back home. We need long-term sales. Entrepreneurs find a need and then produce to satisfy that need. This is not what has happened under AGOA, but it can. We do have 5 years left, a little less now, June 29th, 2025. But I talked with people from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee just last week, and they are amenable to extending AGOA further. But by the time of its current expiry, it will be in place for 25 years, a quarter of a century. If we can't make significant progress in the next 5 years, I'm not sure what that's going to look like. But we are working very diligently with the AU, with business associations in America and Africa to make the most of this next 5 years. Now, we have 3 hubs. 2 of them are not operational at the moment because they're renewing contracts with the consultants. West Africa hub is in full operation. We also are going to have a Pan-African hub, which is going to be working with the African Continental Free Trade Area. The whole U.S. government is working with the AFCFTA. That is one of the parallel efforts we're making in trade, along with AGOA and Prosper Africa. So they're all working in concert. In terms of providing technical assistance, OIC International, the Opportunities Industrialization Centers International, which was founded decades ago by the late Reverend Leon Sullivan, training people on the continent for decades now. I mean, they've been training them in solar repair and hospitality. So there is vocational education. It just may not be in schools. YALI, as I mentioned earlier, there are hundreds of thousands of YALI graduates who go back and they start businesses or expand businesses. So things are happening. It's just, we need to keep at it. So I think that there are things that are happening, and neither AGOA nor Prosper Africa nor the AFCFTA are in conflict with one another. They're all on parallel tracks, and we're all collaborating with one another.
This is my last YALI group, and we're very fortunate to have welcomed some of them at the Organization of American States. And I must tell you that, as you know, the Organization of American States is one of the oldest, actually, governmental organization, older than predates the United Nations. And they were surprised to meet a number of African professionals, of some of them lawyers, doctors, as you said, and academicians and what have you. And one of the young ladies, of course, was from Mozambique and was speaking Portuguese. And a colleague from Brazil, he said he had never seen a Black person speak Portuguese. Now, of course, you and I both know in Brazil, they have more people of African descent than even the United States. I was very put aback or surprised by that. So, Mary, I don't know if you have, if you could take just 1 or 2 questions from our participants. Either they could enter it, I think, in the chat, or they could simply be unmuted. So if anyone would like to ask a question, I know we have the great senator from Angola. From the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. So in Congo, he is participating by cell phone. I'm not sure if he's able to hear very well.
Yeah, he's unmuted, but unless
I'm hearing.
Okay, good.
Oh, you are hearing. Great.
Yeah.
The floor is yours, Senator. If you'd like to ask our panelists some questions, they talked about the different trade mechanisms that the U.S. have. And if you have any questions on what you've heard so far, please do so. You may ask the guest a question. If you would.
No, at this point of time, I have no question, Ewi. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. All right. Any more questions? If failing that, we'll probably just have.
Can I just add something to what you both said earlier? Just one thing. Yes. The YALI you mentioned is actually the cheetah generation. Yes. And one solution that my company recommends is mentoring. Yes. Because those who trained here, that, be it through YALI or whatever, they have that opportunity to transmit knowledge to the local. And let's also note that the informal sector, SME sector, occupies more than 50% of that sector, right? So, and most of those people in the informal sector are survivalists. And my brother, as he rightly said, my colleague, said that he said something about they're traders. Most of the SMEs are traders and not entrepreneurs. He made that interesting distinction that most people make about who's an entrepreneur, because really they consider themselves entrepreneur, but they're survivalist types. They're not opportunist type. My brother mentioned the one of an entrepreneur finds need and satisfies the needs. Those are opportunist kind of SMEs. The SMEs that we're talking about, the entrepreneurs, are survivalists. They're doing it for survival, to survive, which is because they have no wherewithal. So there are two types. So my distinguished colleague mentioned that, but I want to note that they are entrepreneurs. But the only thing is that they're surviving. They don't have time to be seeking opportunity.
May I add something? And I know Mr. Simpkins will follow up with his own response. But I was recently in Kenya. I was in the Siaya region, of course. I went throughout Nairobi and Mombasa and what have you. But I was in the Siaya area. This is where actually President Obama's father is from. And I went to a local market. I observed that so many of the vendors were selling the same things. And I was asking the question, I was like, well, what makes them think, they'll get the outcome that they desire in terms of profit margin if everyone is selling, because they all are gonna undersell the other in terms of competition. So I asked the question, I don't see a bakery around. Is there a bakery? And they looked at me like, well, no one would buy bread. I said, oh, wow. I said, do you have weddings? Do people buy cakes? Where do they buy the cakes from? And asking those types of questions, public clinic, those types of things. But, when Gregory Simpkins mentioned in terms of traders versus entrepreneurs, that just, the light bulb came into my mind, because I was sitting around with some of my brothers. Some of them were local officials and what have you. And we're talking about ideas. I had not seen, for example, well, I will not go into that one, but I just kept on seeing opportunities and seeing limitations.
But that's where the cheaters do. That's what the cheaters do. They're mostly considered opportunists. I'm not alone on this.
Yes.
Chitonji, Hammond, that's what we call it. We call them opportunists versus survivalists. That's why you find that's why they need training. That's why they need some information. I didn't get exposed to that. What I've been exposed to when I go to the marketplaces, the informal sector, is that they're actually selling different things. And what clicks in my head is, can they just merge to scale up? Like the woman I showed you, one selling plantain, the other one selling pork, the other one selling water. You see, they don't have an opportunist mentality. They have a survivalist mentality. That's why, as my brother rightly said, they give stuff to somebody to sell. They don't really care. Just give me anything. If you give them your shirt, you dash them your shirt, maybe you went home, they will sell it. They need money. These are survivalist SMEs. That's what they're called. They're not opportunists. They're not looking for where the opportunity is. They can't afford to. If that woman, if she doesn't sell anything that day, she has no food to eat.
Yeah,
that's the question.
Let me. Sorry, go ahead.
The thing is this. That is quite true. There are a lot of micro enterprises. A couple of the pictures that you showed, Professor, are people who are micro entrepreneurs. The women in AWEP are not micro entrepreneurs. They are entrepreneurs. They do see opportunities. They are larger businesses. Some of them are millionaires. These are not all small. There are people who make, in fact, there are billionaires on the continent of Africa.
Now, of course, that's why they're called opportunists.
Phony capitalists.
But
some of them are actually very thoughtful people who are, you mentioned the young people. I went to an African Diaspora Forum conference earlier this year in California, and there were several very innovative companies.
Of course.
Created among the young people, but the older people aren't really all.
That's why we call them opportunists. They are the opportunist small, medium what they call the micro, small, medium enterprises. You have different categories. The opportunist ones who are, sort of doing well, and the survivalist ones. But unfortunately for Africa, most of them are survivalists. Most of the small, medium enterprises, because they look at them in the streets right now with SARS, not just in Nigeria. They comprise more than 50%. The survivalist ones are in the informal sector. In fact, I mentioned when I was talking, I want to rub it in. Do you know that the SMEs contribute only 2% of GDP? And that's because then the government doesn't capture that group. Yes, you're right. Absolutely. There are many wealthy, I mean, Dangote, you know, the definition of SME in Africa, I would talk most of Africa, not just Nigeria, is not numbers. You could be a one-man business, but it's also capital. Yeah. How much do you have? So there are so there are many SMEs that are like two-man business, but they have a lot of money and they qualify as SMEs, and even the micro ones. But you're absolutely right. That's why we classify them as survivalist ones and opportunist ones. Most of the cheetah, the yearly people, they're cheetah generation. That's what we call them. The economists, law and economists call them cheetah generation because they're very, dynamic, opportunist. I know some of them. I mentor a lot of them. They go back. There's one in Ondo State now trying to do an agri-business processing thing, So it's wonderful that they're doing that. But there should be a network where they mentor those, enterprising survivalist SMEs so that they can also learn to scale up. Because that woman is not a dumb lady. She sells her products. Do you know that she has her wrapper? She has a lot of money stuffed in her bra. And
don't tell her secrets. Don't tell her secrets.
No. Let me ask. Did you know Nigeria? I'll tell you this quickly. On the border of Niger, Benin to Nigeria, when AFCTA kicked in, just before, Nigeria had a well-meaning purpose because of deflection, which we didn't talk about when we were discussing this, the impact on SMEs of opening up borders, because they don't have large economies of scale. This lady had her rice in her bra, in her socks. You Google it, you will see. The customs man stopped her on the border trying to cross over from Benin. Nigeria was well-meaning because they thought, most of the products are coming from China. That's called deflection through Benin in. So they're like, no, you can't dump. It's called dumping all these products into Nigeria and reduce, the cost of, whatever, selling products for our local people. Do you know that the customs man knew her secret? He took the thing from the bra and she's like going by. He said, no, you can't cross over. You have some in your socks. So they hide things. These are survivalists, and they need a lot of knowledge. They don't even have any clue what's going on with AGOA. They have no clue what's going on with AFCTA, but some countries have done better than others in letting them have access to knowledge. Knowledge is so important.
Absolutely.
Not for the cheetah are fine, but the survivalists are the ones that really. Well,
I tell you, I know Benin quite well. I spent about 2 years in Cotonou, Benin, Africa. I was very happy to be there, and you're absolutely right. The entrepreneurs there, the survivalists, whatever you want to call them, oh boy, and the port that has opened up there, it's pretty good. But let me ask you a question though, because is there a role for Black businesses in the U.S. and in the diaspora to help mitigate some of the life cycle of technology transfer, or to partner with some of our brothers on the ground on the continent? I hear it from businessmen on the continent who also say, when we need human resources, when we need technology, we go to Europe or we go to some of our other partners. We don't know what Black businesses are doing. We don't know what the capabilities are. We don't know how to access them. And they're basically asking more support in being more knowledgeable about what Black businesses have to offer. Have you encountered this?
Yes.
I'll leave it to both.
In the last 2 decades, I've been working on connecting the diaspora with their counterparts in Africa. And that's what I said earlier. The African Union has reached out to USAID to do this, and we've worked with our colleagues at the Minority Business Development Agency, Commerce, Small Business Administration, the U.S. African Development Foundation, and State Department in being able to facilitate this. I mentioned that we're working with YALI and AWEP. We, as I said, have identified 16 diaspora business associations. I think that the African Merchants Association, which are primarily buyers of African products, wholesale and retail, here in the United States. I'm hoping that they can come to some agreement with AWEP first, and then other business associations on the continent to buy African products. These are ready buyers. These are not people who think they want to do it. They do this now to make it, to expand it. As for the technology, I know that the organizations like the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce are opening chambers in all over Africa. I know that the U.S. Chamber has American Chambers of Commerce. They tend to be big business, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a place for smaller businesses as well. And I know in Prosper Africa, we're trying to support them in what they're doing. In the World Trade Centers Association is opening World Trade Centers across Africa as well. All of this is to help to provide skills transfer, technology transfer, but also identify obstacles to trade and work to remove them, or at the very least minimize them. So yes, there is a hunger among the diaspora to connect with Africa. There has been for a long time. In fact, 100 years ago, Marcus Garvey sent a group with money, equipment, and expertise to Liberia, but some unscrupulous people in the United States worked with the U.S. government at that time to spread the lie that the Garvey people were criminals, and their money and equipment were seized, and they were deported back to the United States.
Wow.
But if you recall, in Ghana, they had the Black Star.
Yes.
That came from Garvey. The Black Star Line was going to be a shipping company from the United States to Africa. It was ended because somebody created a setup and were able to show that, oh, well, this share is fraudulent, and they put Garvey in jail and they closed it. We as a people have been forward thinking, but we've been handicapped by people who wanted to prevent us from having the links that we are now determined to have between the diaspora and the United States. It will happen. We are going to do this time.
Indeed.
Yeah, just to add to that, my distinguished panelist mentioned, it's been talked about for a very long time. Even when I was at Stanford in the 90s, David Abernathy was always trying to do this. He said, we need to do this. But there's a lot of bottlenecks. And let me just add, I agree with everything that my co-panelist has said, but let me just add one more thing. When people talk about opportunity meets preparedness, that's important. But most importantly, opportunity here or wherever in Africa needs to meet the right connectivity. In other words, there's a lot of, politicking that goes on. And as my brother mentioned, big business is good. And they're normally the targets for these joint ventures or connections. When you talk about trade associations or whatever is set up, the challenge for most people, if you want to matchmake SMEs with SMEs here, is what's the selection process? Do you have a selection criteria that you're using if you're going into a terrain in Africa that you don't really know very well, right? Mm-hmm. How do you really know who the true SMEs are? Who are you targeting, the opportunists or the survivalists, who really are the backbone? The survivalists are the backbone of Africa's economy. Because if you want to create wealth, not just job creation, but wealth, you better be targeting those people who are really at the grassroots. How do you bring them together? And when you go there, who do you know? Is it, I am the whatever, and let me bring my brother for this capacity building initiative? What's the selection criteria that we use when we decide that we're doing, matchmaking companies here with companies there? There are people who have gone and they've been 419'd, as Nigerians talk about fraud. 419, an American goes there, somebody promised them that they'll meet somebody, blah, blah, blah. They get there. Even within the USAID hub, I'm curious to know, what are the strategies that they're using to have an objective criteria to be able to really reach the people that need to be reached, so that they can? Because if you don't have the right strategy up front, there'll be no long-term sustainability in that particular initiative.
Hey,
You can
Doc.
put in all the money you want to put in. There's a lot of politicking that goes on in the process of matchmaking or
Doc.
derailing, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Hey, Doc, let me add something, and maybe both of you can address this, because some time ago, maybe some 4 or 5 years ago, we had a trade and investment mission here, and we had a head of state, and a lot of resources had gone into putting this thing together. But as he took the keynote for the dinner that night, he said, "Gentlemen, let me be honest with you." He said, and he named his country. He said, "My country is not yet ready. It's not yet open for business." And the entire trade and investment, the theme was the name of his country, open for business. And what he talked about is the lack of a lack of partners on the other side, but he talked mostly about the environment, the business environment. It was not an enabling environment. Are we at a juncture where Africa, and of course, some of us who've traveled, who've lived, we know that they're a different country. You cannot just say the entire, but is the general environment ready for the type of business investment that we're trying to facilitate?
We're working on that in Prosper Africa, an enabling environment. In fact, it has been an issue in AGOA since the beginning of AGOA. There's certain criteria that you have to meet to be able to participate in AGOA. And every year, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative makes a determination on who's in, who's suspended. If you're suspended, there are certain steps that you have to take in order to be reinstated. That has happened over the years. There's some, however, who are not in AGOA. For example, Zimbabwe, do you know, has never been in AGOA, but it has maintained its position as a top trading partner in Africa for the United States through the generalized system of preferences. So there are a lot of ways to make money through AGOA, through GSP, through other means, but there's a disconnect in Africa between the private sector and the government. Here in America, we have evolved to a situation where we have councils where the private sector talks to the public sector, the government, about what the obstacles are. Here's what we're facing. Here's what you need to do. And I know in training that I did in 4 West African countries on AGOA back about 18 years ago, I suggested that you should have this happen. I also suggested, as the professor mentioned earlier, that you need to have collectives. You need to combine production. So all of these ideas are not new, but while the agency I work for has helped at least 21 countries in Africa to develop an AGOA implementation plan, they haven't followed through. Wow. And you can put people in a position to take advantage of something. I can walk you up to the shelf, but you have to reach up there and take off what you want. And if you don't do that, what can I do? I can't make you do it. So in the next 5 years, we need to make sure that the private sector and civil society makes a push on government to do all it's supposed to do for an enabling environment. That includes not just the commercial laws, but human rights laws. There are companies that have had employees who were just arrested and you don't see them again because they're in the wrong political party, the wrong ethnic group, whatever it is. You can't have that. You can't have a court system where I'm in partnership with you in a country and you cheat me, I go to court. The judge is his brother. Or it takes you 5 years to resolve this. I'm not waiting that long. So these are things that have to be resolved in order for this to work. And we are working on it. We just had a discussion in the Prosper African Executive Secretariat, of which I'm a member, last week. So these are things we're working on to try and promote enabling environments that encourage trade and not discourage trade. That's the reason the extractive industries has done so well, because I'm pulling up oil, I take it out. I'm pulling up diamonds or iron ore or whatever. I'm taking it out. I'm not on the ground doing anything other than that. And in fact, most of the oil that we get from Africa is offshore.
Yeah.
Because it's safer. But there's plenty of oil onshore. And you know, oil is not just for gasoline, plastics, and so many other things that petroleum can be used for, but you have to have operations on the mainland. Look at Nigeria as one of the largest flarers of natural gas in the world. Natural gas can heat homes, it can power factories, but you have to put that to use. And people have to look at not just today, but tomorrow. And you have to be able to use organizations like the World Trade Organization to promote rules that are fair for Africa as they're fair for anybody else. Too often in the World Trade Organization, if you watch the debate, it looks like a tennis match.
Yeah.
You know, Venezuela says something, then Italy says something, then China says something, then India says, and the Africans are looking back and forth like they're watching the tennis ball go over the match. And the largest number of members of WTO are African.
Mm.
But you have the Indians, the Chinese, the Brazilians, who are massive in their own areas. They utilize the votes of the Africans to get what they want, but then the Africans don't get what they want. So Africa needs to band together and work together. If we did in the World Trade Organization, Africa can get almost anything it wants, but you have to work together. The same as the professor says, these little vendors, you need to combine and make a big vendor. The production, you're making clothes, you need to combine that so that you don't have just one container, you have 5 containers, and you need to brand it. You know, years ago we had coffee that was branded by Juan Valdez from Colombia, and he had on the can this picture of a mule with coffee and baskets, and this guy with a sombrero, and people remember Juan Valdez coffee. We need that for Africa, so that you're selling goods from the continent. Oh, I want that coffee from Ethiopia, or I want that textile from Senegal, and you know this is something that's quality. It's something that's wonderfully made. That's what you have to be able to sell.
Yeah. Can I chime in a little on that?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Into your question on ease of whether or not the enabling Africa has the enabling environment to attract business, and if that is undermining investment, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, in terms of enabling environment, that has been in the books and in the works for many, many years, I think, not just within the World Bank, but other regional bodies and bilateral organizations. And I definitely, that's one of the measures I recommended in terms of ease of doing business for SMEs to make them more productive so that, governments, of course, can capture. So, of course, that might require training of, government officials on what the benefits are in terms of promoting, not overburdening SMEs with taxes, but at the same time knowing where to draw the line with promoting SMEs, how it's beneficial to them. Of course, there'll be less civil unrest and the whole gambit. But I want to sort of, chime in on the question of stability and, governance. There are countries that have progressed economically, like China, without having a stable, government in terms of, politically, right? And human rights violations, which depends on which side of the aisle you're on. However, they have a what you call benevolent dictatorship that believes in promoting business. So the question becomes, how do you incentivize governments in Africa? It has to be a homegrown democratization process. I think it's sort of like a chicken and egg. If you like what's going on with SARS, underpinning it is unemployment, I think, and if you promote employment, then as my brother mentioned, there's a disconnect between private sector and government. I think that it's an incestuous relationship. I'll add that to what my brother just said. Why do I call it that? I think we have a lot of lazy, not just lazy consumers, but lazy suppliers. When I say suppliers now, I'm talking private sector and SMEs in most of Africa. Why do I say lazy? I'm talking within the framework of democratization processes, right? Holding governments accountable and governments also holding them accountable. It's a two-way street, right? Because who are the people? We are the people. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
We're talking about creating an enabling environment. For who, right? Why is it that SMEs are not really interested? The average entrepreneur, be it a big industry, what I call survivalist or opportunist, right? What's the deal there? You know what they benefit from? They don't pay taxes, especially those that are in the informal sector. And note that it's not just survivalists alone in the informal that do not pay, that sometimes don't pay their taxes. There are opportunist people who don't. So just move away from Africa for a second. We're all here. Those of us who are naturalized citizens, do we pay taxes to? Yes, we do, right? So why do we pay taxes? We pay taxes because we know we're going to get something. Our school systems will be run well, the roads will be cleaned and all, blah, blah, blah. There's a breakdown in social contract between the constituents in most African nations and their governments. It's a two-way street. You can't blame the government. When people say, oh, we have bad leadership, I say, you are the leadership. If you it's like, electing a drunk to be your class tutor. I talked to Mary about it. Mary's probably laughing because I've told her about my whole concept of democratizations processes and how they work. You can't tell me that, oh, geez, the government is not doing anything. Are you paying your taxes? If you pay taxes, then you want to know what they're doing with your money. You want to ensure that they create that enabling environment for you to function effectively. Look at Biden going to restaurants and small businesses, talking to them about making promises. That's the social contract he's making. It could be oral. It doesn't need to be written. I have given money to different campaigns here and there in the US, right? And they go from place to place talking to us. That's campaigning. And we pay taxes. So when you actually pay taxes, it's almost like you're a shareholder, but it's in the political process. Does that make sense? So I think that, am I making any sense?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know I'm making sense.
Well,
the whole point of what I'm saying is this. There's need. I know when I worked at the World Bank in-house years ago, Mike Gahn, God bless him, very smart economist, he kept talking about the need to establish some kind of social contract between the people and their governments, be it SMEs, whatever. If we have a good internal revenue generation process within most countries in Africa, where they don't rely on external bodies for grants and loans, but they rely on their people for taxes, believe me, a lot is going to change. We talk about capital gains tax here. We talk about how SMEs, franchises, whatever, formalization processes are very critical to everything. If you're an SME and you're paying the government at the end, not overburdening you with tax, I'm not proposing that, but you're paying some licensing. Come on, if you paid for your space to sell your mini bolly or whatever you're selling, and you arrive that day, the government doesn't deliver, you're going to be upset. You're going to be worried about who the governor of that state is because you're getting services that you're paying for. If you're evading tax, you're in the informal sector, you're doing your little stuff, you're not paying, and then you want the government to service you and you're talking about them being corrupt, you're also being corrupt by not doing what you're supposed to do. But it takes educating the government too on not overburdening them with financially, but also, enforcing contracts. If they're joint ventures with foreign investors, make sure you deliver on your promise. But you see, if you're not feeling any pinch at the end of the day through maybe paying sales tax or paying something, there's not a critical mass of you that are doing it. The few that are doing it will be overtaxed, because I advise people in different African countries that are overtaxed. So it's a two-way street, so to speak.
Thank you so very much. And
Mr. Eric, I
Yes,
guess with the discussions we are over because we have panelists who are really getting anxious. So time, please.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I was just going to say, always, Dr. Valentina, thought-provoking, and you were a very good match with Mr. Gregory Simpkins, because I tell you, there's a lot of questions that's evolving from some of the food for thought that you've given us. So with that, we're going to end this session. I'm going to move to the next.
No. We have Ricardo.
Oh,
You enjoyed the discussions.
Yeah, I think Ricardo is coming on at noon time, isn't it?
No, he's supposed to be on this panel. It's an economic panel.
Okay. Hold on one second.
So can we leave now? Or
Please,
we're
thank you.
here?
We do appreciate Dr.
Are we still here?
Yeah, we are. If you want, you can be. I mean, we continue with that, but we just want to make sure that the next panels don't overlap, and people get kind of. That's why we are like.
So we don't have any questions for us. No.
Yeah, I saw there is something in the chat.
Eric.
Yes.
Can I request that we get in the next speaker? Then after that we can get the questions when the Dr.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
So I can just wait for the question after.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Val, and thank you so much, Mr. Gregory, for the wonderful discussion. This is actually an economically stimulating discussion that it is not easy to stop. Maybe we'll be having more of that, but we have additional panels that are going to balance what we are talking about today. Thank you. We have
You're
African
welcome.
Union on board so far, so some of those questions, they can help us. We have other leadership on the next, so let's wind up on the economic panel so that we give a chance to
If you don't mind, I just, Mary, I just wanted to acknowledge that Ambassador Salah Mad is on. Welcome, bienvenue. And at some point we may be able to get some remarks. The next panel, next speaker, Mary, I'm a little confused with I apologize.
Next speaker is Ricardo Cagliari.
Yes, I'm getting it. Our next speaker is Senior Director of Policy and Campaigns, Aldo Cagliari, who served as the Director, as a Senior Advisor at the Intergovernmental Group of 24 on International Monetary Affairs and Development at the G24 from 2017 to 2020. Previously, he directed the Rethinking Bretton Woods project at the Washington, D.C.-based Center of Concern from 2000 to 2017. Through his career, he conducted policy research and advocacy on a broad range of microeconomic and sustainable development finance issues, such as debt, tax, private finance and investment, international financial architecture, financial regulation, and trade. Cagliari presented, organized, and facilitated seminars in more than 50 countries for governmental officials, academics, civil society, and the private sector. His writings are published in books, academic journals, and the media, including 5 books on linkages between trade, finance, and global liquidity. Cagliari pursued his master's level in economics and finance at GW and legal studies at the Washington College of Law, AU, my alma mater, where he was honored with the Outstanding Graduate Award. He earned his first degree in Argentina at the Universidad Nacional de Tucumán. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Cagliari.
Hello to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Can I get some guidance on the time, because I don't think we are counting on the initial time now. What should I try to go like for?
May I interject there, please? You have 25 minutes afforded, and Eric, what we are going to stick on is to control the discussion. Let the panelists do, and then we allow discussions after. Otherwise, we will total overlap, and we'll have some distinguished speakers that we really don't want to hold for the whole day.
Absolutely. So we'll introduce the second speaker after Mr. Cagliari, and then we'll have discussions for about 5-10 minutes. All right.
Okay.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So the topic of my presentation is debt relief expansion and debt cancellation to boost infrastructure development in the continent. I have 3 main messages that I wanted to develop. One is Africa faced and continues to face an infrastructure gap that has been made wider now with the COVID crisis. The second, that Africa won't be able to bridge this infrastructure gap without significant debt cancellation and relief. And the third, that a well-designed debt cancellation initiative can be an opportunity for development of better infrastructure in Africa. So on to the first one, Africa faced an infrastructure gap before the crisis started, the COVID crisis. And the COVID crisis will make meeting the infrastructure investment needs much more difficult. The gap was estimated by, there's a range of estimates of what the investment needed was to plug this gap, but it ranges between $50 and $90 billion a year. And what is happening now with the COVID crisis, so that was before the crisis, and now we have a contraction planned, projected for this year of 3% of growth in the continent. The projection also shows that next year the growth would go back to 3%. No, that will be positive growth next year of 3%, but it will only return to the 2019 level in 2022 or 2000, even could be 2024. And these are projections all that have a lot of uncertainty. These are projections that the IMF has provided. But you see that all the risks in these projections are, they are very uncertain, but uncertain that they may get worse. There's no uncertainty that there's no scenario in which they will be better. And there are lots of factors that could actually make it worse than that. So, for example, we don't know what the length of the health situation is going to be, what the path of the pandemic is going to be. The access to finance remains very uncertain. And the response of economic activity also, because it's not just about the fact that many countries have been forced to impose lockdowns on economic activity, but even in countries that lift those lockdowns, those economic lockdowns, there's an aversion to exposure that is also having an impact on economic activity. And the research is finding that it's not just, even in countries that are trying to reopen activity, things may remain very slow simply because people are trying to avoid situations of exposure. No? So businesses will not be functioning to the same capacity, to the same level that they could before COVID hit. And so this is meaning in all countries significant falls in tax revenue, falls in the level of exports, of remittance, of investment. So what does this mean for the infrastructure gap that I was talking about? Well, first of all, it was going to be necessary to finance a part of that infrastructure gap with debt. And debt financing is very constrained now in the continent. There were 17 countries that entered the crisis already with some of them facing debt already in a situation of default, and others in situations where the debt was so high that the level of debt was dangerous, what we call high risk of debt distress. And so far, countries have seen a range of increases, very high increases in debt to respond to the pandemic. So increases that range between 10 and 25% points of GDP, depending on the countries. And so this is obviously going to make it a lot more difficult to finance infrastructure through debt. So it was difficult before, it is going to be more difficult now. The fiscal response packages in the continent have been of an average of 3% of GDP. And this is just to have a sort of comparison point. 23% of GDP is the size of the fiscal response packages in wealthy countries. So the average. And so in Africa, we're talking about 3 percentage points of GDP. But also because there is less capacity to finance these fiscal response packages with external resources, what a lot of countries are doing is actually reallocating resources from other budgets. And so this is impacting also infrastructure negatively because, when you have an emergency, the first casualty when you need to reallocate funding is capital spending, infrastructure spending. So this is another phenomenon that is impacting infrastructure negatively. And the third way in which this would have some impact on infrastructure is for countries that were involved in a range of public-private partnerships, where they have engaged in these contracts to attract private investment into infrastructure. Some of those contracts have built-in guarantees for the private investors that normally kick in a situation of crisis. For example, minimum demand guarantees, minimum revenue guarantees. So clauses that the government is going to compensate the private partner in a situation of force majeure, as this would be, for example, the public health crisis. So this could be an additional burden on the budget of several countries in Africa. It's still because the contingent liabilities. This is what it is called. These liabilities that kick in the eventuality of something happening. These contingent liabilities are not so transparent, and they are not always disclosed. So there is not a lot of information about where they lie, but there are some studies showing that they amount to like 1.2 to 2 percentage points of GDP. This was a study done over a panel of 80 countries. So there is a huge potential also for a negative impact on budget because of these public-private partnerships have been signed in many cases. So these are, it's going to be more difficult to finance the infrastructure gap after the COVID crisis. So my second point is that Africa will not be able to bridge this infrastructure gap without significant cancellation or relief. I'm not saying that this is the only condition to bridge the infrastructure gap, but it is most certainly, I think at this point one can look at the numbers and say most certainly it's a necessary condition. Shortly after the crisis started, March of this year, African finance ministers requested a waiver of debt payments for the whole year 2020. That would have amounted to a waiver for 44 billion of debt payments that were due this year, and that waiver be extended for 2 more years. And the response that we have had so far from the international community has been, until the beginning of this month, was only a debt suspension. So a suspension of payments that are deferred. So countries still have to make those payments later after the suspension ends. The suspension was initially extended until the end of this year. So what has happened now in the context of the G20, this was a G20 initiative, the G20 has extended that suspension into the first half of next year, and it's possible that it may be extended into the second half, depending on evaluation of the situation to be carried out in the spring. But perhaps more important and relevant, because this debt suspension obviously is not going to move the needle in terms of opening space for financing the infrastructure gap. There is another initiative that the G20 has launched now in October, looking at the seriousness of the debt situation. It has promised to have a common framework for debt treatment beyond the debt suspension initiative. And this common framework for debt treatment is going to be released at a meeting. The G20 is having an extraordinary meeting of finance ministers that's going to be within the next couple of weeks before the G20 meeting of leaders, the summit that happens in November 21st and 22nd. And it will be very important. So just to give you an idea, the debt suspension initiative has freed space for the countries. So it applies only to the 73 poorest countries. 38 of them are in Africa. Only 35 for different reasons. Not all of them actually can apply for this initiative. 35 of them can apply. Now, 46 countries eligible have applied, of which 28 are in Africa. And the initiative has released a total of $5 billion. So I was saying finance ministers requested waivers of 44 billion. You are talking now here of a suspension, a deferment of 5 billion that still have to be paid later. So you can see that how that it is a very small portion. Part of the reason why, part of some of the shortcomings why that is such a small portion of the debt would have to be addressed in this common framework that the G20 has proposed. We are working with a lot of with partners and colleagues, and trying to advocate for a stronger framework, coming out of the G20 meeting, a framework that first of all is going to promise, is going to allow for the reduction of debt. So not just a suspension of payments, but an actual reduction that has to be significant. And it will have to allow for a participation of all public creditors. And there is a huge issue now, for example, the suspension of payments. For example, some of the Chinese banks have been claiming that they are not a public creditor, so that they are not part of the Chinese government, and therefore they are not, they should not be suspending payment to them should not be suspended. So we need to make sure that the participation is of all the public creditors, but also another factor in the why the impact of this initiative of the suspension has been so little is the lack of participation of the private sector. So we really hope this common framework by the G20 is going to involve the private creditors. It's going to have mechanisms to compel private creditor participation, because what you have is a situation where so far no private creditor has let go of any payment. There have been no forbearance from any private creditor to Africa. And this is nowadays a significant portion of the debt. Actually, in the cases of several countries, it has been the main reason why they haven't even bothered to apply for the debt suspension, because there's so much debt with the private creditors. They say, what we stand to gain from the public creditors, if forgiveness or suspension, it just doesn't really make sense for us to even go through all the hurdles of that, because most of our debt is with the private creditors. And the country coverage also has to be wider than this. So this is 73 poorest countries, as I said, 38 of them in Africa. So in Africa, you have 54 countries. So if there are a lot of countries that are left out of this initiative because they are considered high income or middle income countries. And this is obviously, it's a crisis where many of these countries are also affected very strongly. So the list needs to be a broader list of countries, or at least the criteria to determine which countries are going to receive the reduction cannot be based only on income. No, there are other factors that are very important to consider. So, this is something that we are monitoring very closely. We really expect that there is going to be a stronger response, and it's going to be certainly important for infrastructure development if that the response to the debt problem in Africa has to be a lot more robust. And I move to my third point, which is that a well-designed debt cancellation initiative can be an opportunity for the development of better infrastructure in Africa. I think there are three main ways in which it can help. First, governance, transparency, and accountability. And I would imagine this is something for an organization like Watch Democracy Grow. It's probably of interest. So there is more than 1/3 of the resources spent on creating and maintaining public infrastructure are lost because of inefficiencies that are linked to poor infrastructure governance. So the institutions in the framework for planning, for allocating, and for implementing infrastructure investment spending, how they are governed, the fact that they are not always, that there are no mechanisms for accountability in the spending, for the transparency, all of that translates at the end of the day in that 1/3 of resources being lost, wasted. And we cannot really have that waste. We cannot afford to have that waste in a situation like today where resources are so scarce. So there is evidence that debt relief initiatives in the past have catalyzed reforms that have helped accountability and transparency. So that's why I'm saying an initiative, a well-crafted debt relief initiative could actually help and could help make sure that those resources are put to a better use. There could be transparency and anti-corruption safeguards in public procurement, but also I was talking about the contracts with the private sector. There could also be safeguards in private sector participation in infrastructure products, more rigor in the assessment and in the management of public-private partnerships. So to scrutinize the fiscal consequences of those public-private partnerships. So when there is a crisis like this, all of a sudden the government will not be shocked that it has to pay a huge amount of compensation to the private sector. Also, many projects are actually done in a public-private partnership form for the wrong reasons, which is to keep them off budget, which removes them from this sort of scrutiny that the public project would have. So revisiting the risk allocations in the contracts, ensuring that there is a cost comparison between undertaking a project through a public-private partnership with undertaking it through public investment. All of those are reforms that could be part of how debt relief initiative can help channel the resources to a better use. A second way in which it can help is by incentivizing this. You may have heard this expression very often in these last few months, building back better. Some prefer to speak about building forward better to mean it's not just building back, it's not just building what we had, it's actually making sure that we don't make the same mistakes. So building forward better, some say. So the idea is that we can emerge from this crisis with resilience and with sustainability. And I emphasize resilience here because in a continent like Africa, climate change is representing significant cost. The fact that infrastructure is not being built in a weather resilient way, both in rural and in urban areas. So in rural areas, it is having a significant impact. You know that one of the impacts of the crisis is the food security. That many, it's like the number of people in the world that are facing acute hunger by the end of this year is expected to double. So Africa is one of the regions where this phenomenon is most strongly felt. Only 5% of the agriculture in Africa is under irrigation. So infrastructure for irrigation is a huge priority if one wants to be able to face that food security threat in the continent. But also, of course, a weather resilient infrastructure in the urban areas. There is a lot that needs to be done. It's about health infrastructure, but there is also about transportation infrastructure, about a number of priorities. Power infrastructure, very important, which is also part. When you look at the health system and you want to face a pandemic like this, one needs to also be able to address power infrastructure. And finally, the opportunity for optimizing and right-sizing projects, because obviously many of the projects that countries may have undertaken before the COVID crisis may not make sense in the economy post-COVID. Projects that were oriented to, that were in a size that was much bigger. Just think of what is going on with the airlines. One might have thought that having a lot of airports was a huge propeller of development before COVID, and now, well, maybe not so much, right? There are better ways to think about infrastructure. I like that in the previous presentation, there was a lot of discussion about the survivalists. How much does infrastructure help the survivalists is perhaps a more important question to ask in these times than trying to build huge projects that may not make sense in an economy where the engines of growth are going to be dramatically different, or at least very different from what they were before the COVID crisis hit. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Aldo. And so with that, we will invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is no other than Dr. John.
Actually, we are going to allow just if there are questions, and then we invite Ambassador Salah to take over because of time. John is going to get to the next panel, which is tomorrow. He's in Nigeria, and apparently time is becoming a challenge. We have to accommodate the speakers on the continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to introduce then Ambassador Salah Hamad
Right.
Ambassador Salah Hamad is the head of the AGA Secretariat and Human Rights Unit in the Department of Political Affairs, African Union Commission. He holds a Master's of Law degree in Human Rights and a doctorate degree in International Relations with a focus on human rights. As a young man, Mr. Hamad dreamed of becoming a medical doctor because of his ongoing commitment to help heal the world. Today, he keeps that dream alive through his work in promoting and protecting human and people's rights in his native Africa. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Salah Hamad, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Indeed.
And let me begin by thanking Watch Democracy Group for inviting me to be part of this panel. I understand that my panel is on youth in peace and security, citizen-centered leadership, and term limits as infrastructure tools for good governance. So it seems like we're shifting from economic issues to governance issues.
Right.
Dear moderator and colleagues, participants, as many of you are aware, the African heads of the state and government declared 2020 as the year of silencing the guns in Africa. Am I heard?
Yes, I know it's the network issue that is the problem. He's now calling from Ethiopia, so I guess what we've been discussing is now coming on the discussion. So network is going to be back forth, and we shall just take it as it is, Ambassador.
So I'm good to go, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Once again, dear moderator and colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this session. My contribution will focus on peace and security and youth contribution to silencing the guns. That will also have a political dimension, but also to some extent it also have an economic dimension. Simply investments, economic growth cannot happen if there is no peace and security on the ground. So therefore, I would like to begin by indicating that it is important, once the campaign was launched by the heads of the state and government to silence the guns by the end of 2020, which is around the corner, that came with an action plan to involve the African youth in this process, in this campaign. And the reason for involving the African youth in this campaign is simply because the youth are the majority in Africa. Africa is a youthful continent, as we all know, and the African youth population amount to almost 65% of the total population. So therefore, Africa cannot prosper, Africa cannot be united and develop without the participation of youth in this campaign of silencing the guns in Africa. In addition to that, it's important to also indicate many other issues related to the need of involving youth in this process. Youth, in many cases, are those who are carrying the arms when there is any conflict in any part of Africa. Youth could be also manipulated and corrupt to be part of any corruption deal or corruption processes simply because of poverty, lack of education, and lack of employment. So therefore, to ensure that the continent is ready for a better future and for a more stable economic growth and economic development, it's important to ensure that issues related to peace and security and good governance are addressed. And to address these issues, there is no way but to really involve youth and women in this process. Not because they are only the majority, but because they are the future of the continent. Good governance cannot happen if the youth are not involved in the governance process. Youth are the voters who bring officials and governance officials to offices, but also youth, they have the authority by exercising these votes to remove corrupt officials from offices, and also to restrict officials from extending terms beyond the terms that are allowed in any constitution in any African member state. So therefore, the role that could be played by youth is extremely important. And therefore, we need to really engage youth in all of these processes and allow them to be part of this process. Otherwise, the fight for ensuring that Africa is united, prosperous, and secure will not be a successful fight. In addition to that, I would like to also emphasize the need to involve youth, in particular female youth, in the governance processes. They are usually ignored simply because they are female, and they are not given the opportunity to be part of the governance processes at all levels. And therefore, the empowerment of women is extremely important. And this is one of the programs or one of the strategies that the African Union as a continental organization is advocating for. The African Union is also advocating for the engagement of youth across the board. Youth are usually blamed for fueling conflict simply because they are ready to be used by rebel leaders and militia leaders simply because of lack of employment. And therefore, we need to really bring youth from that dark circle to a brighter circle and ensure that youth are involved in the development process, in the peace and security process, and also in the education process. I want to focus on a number of dimensions that will really help in this process to ensure that youth are part and parcel of this campaign, and to ensure that youth are not ignored and that youth are quite involved in the development process that will lead to an Africa that is united, prosperous, and peaceful. One, there is really need to ensure that there is institutionalized platforms for youth engagement. We cannot keep talking about youth engagement without facilitating the development of platforms that can ensure that youth are part of any constructive dialogue that will lead to the development of the continent, and also to build a secure and sustainable peace that will last forever and ever. In addition to that, we need to really ensure that there are some programs that are by youth for youth, will ensure the involvement of youth in all governance levels, and also initiatives to allow youth to be part of the promotion of democratic governance and peace in Africa. Youth in Africa, particularly, they need capacity building that will help them to unleash the skills and the knowledge that they have accumulated and have developed, and also to reshape the participation based on knowledge and information sharing, which will allow, of course, for for better participation of youth. This, of course, will lead also to the need to ensure that there's information sharing and knowledge generation among youth, so then they can share experiences and best practices and learn from each other, and also learn from those who are from the older generation as part of the intergenerational generational skill knowledge and skill development. Within the youth, there is need to develop networks that will also allow the youth to be part of the policy development and policy formulation. That will, of course, ensure that Africa is united, and Africa is peaceful, and Africa is developed. In conclusion, I would like to say that it's important today we discuss issues related to youth from all perspectives to make sure that the youth are part of this movement to silence the guns in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I guess, Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So we have 5 minutes of question. I prefer to just turn it over to our participants, but
let us go to the next speaker, Eric, and then we will request the speakers to please stay in the room so that immediately we do, because we have already Ricardo on and we have Commander Terry on, so time is becoming a challenge that we have to give.
Okay, all right, well, let me try to do just a little bit better on managing of the time there. Thank you very much, Ambassador Salah Hamad. Our next speaker is Lieutenant Colonel Terry Ronald, and before Lieutenant Colonel Terry Ronald retired this year, he was in charge of the Bureau of Court Services with almost 30 years of law enforcement experience. For instance, he was a deputy sheriff, lieutenant, division, deputy sheriff in the division of commander of warrant unit, deputy sheriff A captain, commander of the specialized services division, and the deputy sheriff captain, assistant bureau chief of field operations. In terms of academic background, Colonel Terry holds a BA in liberal arts, then an MA in computer science and criminal justice. Commander Terry, please, you have the floor. The floor is yours. And join me in welcoming. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Commander Terry, are you in? Eric, I think he's not yet. He's trying to log in. We can weigh in, Ricardo, please.
Okay. All right. Again, it's part of the challenges with our technology. So
no, it's actually not that, because he's not yet logged in. He's on the list, but he's not logged in. So we can weigh in at the next one. Yeah. Okay.
So you prefer that I go on to Ricardo or
yes,
Gilbert?
Yes, please.
Mwenedata? Sorry?
Or Mwenedata, yeah. That would be perfect.
So Gilbert Mwenedata is a conflict and youth expert dedicated to helping young people develop leadership qualities and to find better transitional pathway to adulthood. He possesses more than 15 years of professional experience in development strategic public-private partnerships and developing youth activities across various sectors. He served in senior leadership positions with the United States Agency for International Development in various countries on programs focused on equipping the youth with knowledge and skills they need to succeed. He's fluent in both English and French, bienvenue, and he is highly effective in cross-cultural environments. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gilbert. Sir, Mr. Mwenedata, the floor is yours.
I thank you so much for having me today. So, and I really thank Watch Democracy Grow and the other diaspora organizations for inviting me in this conference. So, Mary, thank you so much for your commitment to promote democracy in Africa. That's something that we really need. And also, I can't start without thanking so much Ambassador Salah Hamad for his excellent presentation. That was very helpful. Thank you so much for mentioning the, it's like the campaign for, to silence guns in Africa by the end of this year. So I believe that's something that is really very, very important. So for our topic of today, it's integrating, integrative approach towards building a healthy and wealthy Africa. I believe that's something really very important. And for us to come in specifically on looking at the youth, on discussing on the youth in peace and security, and also the other, things I believe related to it, citizen-centered leadership, as well as, the terms limit just to get the good governance. So I believe that's really something that is very, very important for this kind of conference. So now, actually, when we are discussing about something like this, sometimes, we can ask ourselves what the problem is. Why do we discuss about this? Why do we go to Africa and start to focus on the youth? I believe there is a good reason. Africa is a young continent. Excellence Ambassador, thank you so much for mentioning that 65% of African population is the youth. So that means they are really the majority. So what does that mean? Africa is a young continent. Maybe what the ambassador didn't mention, and I would understand, it's even though we are a young continent, but most of times we have old leaders. So it's like a young continent, but in the hands of old leaders in terms of age, I mean. So, I think sometimes that is challenging when, at a certain age, there are things you cannot learn. So young people can easily learn, but at a certain age, there are things that people cannot learn. So now it's like, when I looked to statistics, I realized that, it's like in Africa, the average age, it's like the median age is like under 20. So that means we really have a big number of people who are very young. And, so now the point now is, it's like when we ask the question of what do we need to get a healthy and wealthy Africa, the answer to me is we really need to invest in our young people. We need to invest in our young people. So for me, I am from Rwanda. That's my country. We have a proverb, and in that proverb says that a tree is made straight while it is still young. So, and that means it's when that tree is still young, then you can make it the way you want. You can really make it straight. But when it is, getting older, when it is grown up, you cannot easily, make it straight. So now, sometimes, when you look to how many young trees we have in Africa, if in this context, we really try to look at our young people as those people with opportunities to be made straight. So we really have many of them. Actually, it is said that approximately 220 million of people in Africa are aged between 15 and 24. So that means Africa is one of the world, in the world, it is among the youngest continent, if I can say. So, and this number of 220 million is projected to rise up to 350 million in the next 10 years. So you can see how much really young people we do have in Africa. So now when we come in terms of peace and security, according to studies, women and youth, they have been traditionally excluded from the field of peace and security. Fortunately, I can say in the last 20 years, there has been an adoption of the UN, the adoption of the UN Security Council resolution, which is known as the 2250. That one was on peace and security. And it was both for, there has been one for the youth and there has been another also for the women. So I would say that's really a great foundation for the governments and civil society actors. They can use it to advance peace and security agenda globally. So I'm really mentioning this as an opportunity, because when people are making strategies, when they are planning, this can be a good reference that can be used whenever they really want to promote youth in peace and security, and even for women in peace and security. So we know that more, there is more that still needs to be done, but at least there are some of those opportunities that we can use to mobilize women and and young people when it comes to peace and security. So now before I finish, I really want to talk a little bit about the citizen-centered leadership, because the ambassador said it very well that the youth can have the authority to remove corrupt officials. I completely agree with him, because the youth can use their numbers to vote in young leaders, or the leaders they feel can give them a voice. That's possible. When you have numbers, then you can be part of the decision making of who can be your leader. So now you will hear African leaders telling the youth that you are the leaders of tomorrow. However, that tomorrow doesn't happen. It's like you can hear the same leaders 30 years ago telling those young people you are the leaders of tomorrow, but after 30 years, you are likely to see the same leaders having the same narrative, telling those were young people by those 30 years ago, they are now old, adults, and they are still leaders of tomorrow, maybe new people who were not there and now tomorrow. So now, the message we really need to give to those youth is to tell them you can be the leaders of today, because that tomorrow may not happen. So that's where the terms limit concept comes in. So it's like for those young people to get their turn, for those young people to be in leadership positions, it's like they should be considered, not tomorrow, but even by today. So that's why we know that without terms limit, peace and security is a nightmare. Because those young people, they cannot remove, those leaders peacefully when there are not that kind of terms limit. So that's why, from my experience, I have been working on several youth projects and with a few countries. So I've realized that whenever we had the youth and peace building projects, so we've seen like the interference sometimes, of some government authorities trying to influence the project in a way they want it to be, so that the youth may continue to be, obedient, may continue really to keep the status quo instead of them really going the other way. That's good for a government to do some kind of control, but sometimes too much control doesn't allow the youth to take the role we really want them to take. So that's why, for now, I would say it's like if we really can make some few recommendations of what can be really taken into consideration is like for the governments and international NGOs and civil society organizations, at least they should make a good use of existing instruments. For now, the one I mentioned is the UN Security Council Resolution 2250. That one is on youth in peace and security. It's a good one. It's a great foundation for governments and the civil society actors to advance the peace and security agenda globally. It's a good resource for for NGOs when they are drafting new projects, because it's like it would be a good reference to see what is in there, and then they can see how to promote peace and security among the youth. And also the other recommendations we can keep in mind is like youth serving organizations can help to raise the awareness of the youth to use their large numbers to influence policies, and if possible to vote in young leaders, or at least leaders who whom they feel can give them a voice. So I really thank you for the opportunity to share, and so thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so very much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate
Eric,
presentation, Gilbert.
thank you so much, Gilbert. We are going to weigh in Mr. Ricardo, and then Kanotel has joined, so he's going to be the last speaker on the panel. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Our next speaker is Mr. Ricardo Berinsky, who is the president of the European Cyberpol. He is the it's a European cyber that specializes in international affairs, anti-corruption initiatives, trends in cyber fraud, and ensuring that civilian security is promised. You are in for a wonderful treat with Mr. Ricardo Berinsky. The floor is yours, sir. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let me just begin here. Dear honorable ambassadors, political dignitaries, and worldwide internet users currently watching. First of all, allow me to begin to say Cyberpol is an international organization. By decree, it's the only utility by law monitoring the worldwide internet, essentially the internet worldwide police. Having said that, let me begin with these words. Dura lex sed lex. Latin words for the law is hard, but the law is a law. These are the words that should echo throughout the world of democracy. Dura lex sed lex. However, these are the words often failing or falling on deaf ears. It's unfortunate that our world still did not realize the true meaning of democracy. The failure to understand the crisis of world democracies are not the crisis of man, but the crisis of persistence in the fight for freedom, justice, and fundamental rights. Human persistence to understand the meaning of the effectiveness of a democratic system. Failing to understand this threatens our world of peace and stability. These are the facts. We have seen crime and corruption is often rooted by misleading views of democracy, and having a bird's eye view from my office in Cyberpol, I can truly say to have a true democratic society means freedom, justice, and fundamental rights, and more importantly, a safer environment for our children. This extends to the internet. With cyber crimes reach nearly $1 trillion losses since beginning of 2020, compared to last year, $480 billion, it's clear that the cyber world is part of our problem. We need to take constructive and pragmatic approach to implementing a sustainable cyber democratic society in all possible ways. This will ensure a safer World Wide Web. Socioeconomic dynamics affects every corner of our process during democratization, as well as social development indirectly and directly. However, with the integration of the internet, our world has grown ever closer than before. These are the facts. The lack of global education in both public and internet sector is problematic in a growing world and society in democratic views, but more important, opens doors for economical crime and corruption. Youth entrepreneurship is a key factor in the cyber world and is what needs to be achieved. Without this, we are lost. One of the main problems of globalization in democracy is the judicial reform. Did you know that some Western countries still have judicial systems and codex laws backdating 200 years or more? It's inconceivable that we have not understood yet the true meaning of the word democracy in a modern day and age. It's inconceivable that we have seen little change since the Dark Ages. These words are not to be ignored, no matter which judicial system is practiced. Thus, in short, we have to look at the facts and the facts only. These are the findings of today. I said during my speech at the forum held by NATO, our world is in a crisis, not a crisis of man, but in a crisis itself. We are witnessing days. Can everybody please be quiet in the background? We are witnessing the day after day, there's a systematic changes on global scale that threatens our world of peace and stability, democratic values and integrity, and more importantly, our justice in law and its purpose in establishment. These are the facts. During 2014, we held the first African Counterterrorism Summit in London, attended by 136 countries, in which I was the chairman for. Cyberpol warned of the looming threats in EU, and let me point out, in particular, the need for globalization on judicial reform. This is the foundation of a democratic world. If we don't understand what is threatening the existence of democracy, we cannot solve the problem. Today we are debating democracy. We can therefore, and we have to understand what is the potential risk, global threats, and geostability that threatens all democracies. Let me say, the combination risk of cyber threats must not be ignored. Freedom of speech is clearly under threat. Recent censoring methods used by Facebook and Twitter undermines the freedom of speech, and above all, your and our and mine freedom of democracy. This cannot and must not be undermined. Doing so will be a gross error in the very near future and threatens our world as we know it, the internet world, the world of our children. With almost 4.57 billion people, active internet users today, registered as on July 2020, encompassing 59% of the global population, it's clear we have reached a tipping point on global scale. The days of border ruling the world is literally over. Do you want to cry? Do you remember WannaCry? Terror funding is still being undermined, in particular the African Union. Corruption and cryptocurrency schemes such as Bitcoin still rides on aiding terror financing. That's well proved, and yet we see a global increase for demand on democratic alliances. It's therefore that we must forge strong partnerships, economical transparency, and judicial reform in our world of today. This will ensure a free, democratic world, and certainly a major step in the right direction for the world, in particularly our new cyber world. The United Nations resolution must not be undermined, but more importantly, the rights to accountability in failure of responding cannot be dismissed by law. I can only confirm that Cyberpol believe a major cyber attack in the future will disrupt global economies and infrastructures. This is imminent to happen. Risk to critical infrastructure such as nuclear stands at #1 on our list. The growing tension therefore must be mitigated in all interests. Fueling it is in nobody's interest. It undermines the legitimacy of all democratic societies. At the same, I can confirm that Cyberpol has officially confirmed that more than 12 billion records has been breached on internet since 2010. Let me spell it out. Everybody has been breached. This brings me to the topic. How do we hack and crack the lies? Let me say it very simple. Root out corruption should be a key factor, in particularly in democratic growing countries. These are the facts ignored by media and many others. Recently, I witnessed a slavery program going on in Middle Africa. Very shocking indeed. If it wasn't for the world of internet, Cyberpol would not have seen this, neither known about it. It's our assessment that the current global climate is predictable and almost certainly reached a point of no return. We need to question what is our priority. We need to act, and we need to act now, not yesterday and not the day before. Let's strengthen our capability, Cyber Command as a whole, and get ready, as we believe we have reached a day zero, a day not to be forgotten in the history. A day unlike any other day, which shall arrive very soon at our doorsteps. Let's for a second focus on the current conflict zones. I've recently participated in defending the children, the victims of terror at the United Nations, in which I'm part of the investigative team. The UN resolutions are clear and can be enforced by rule of law. My message to those in border conflict zones: keep the distance. Keep the distance and cease occupations. Accountability is around the corner. I can assure you. Let's not forget those victims today, as they were also here. I was asked recently, would I run for election in the EU? The answer is simply yes. But let me spell this out. Should I ever run for office, my #1 priority will be to set the record straight. I leave it up to you to decide, even if you think I should. We need to reshape the face of our perception before it reshapes us. That's the fact. Ladies and gentlemen, unify and stand together and be vigilant, and don't forget, we are all collective, the cyber power of Cyberpol. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ricardo Berinsky. Really appreciate your presentation. Just so that we keep watch democracy grow, we want to say that we do not endorse any candidate in any way, shape, or form, irrespective of how good and capable that they are. We are certainly a non-political entity, so thank you very much. With that, I will transition to Lieutenant Colonel Ronald Terry. You've been introduced before, sir, so it's on the record. Welcome on board. And the floor is yours. After you speak, then we will take questions from our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I want to say thank you to all the distinguished panel members that have been assembled today. It's an honor and a privilege to speak in front of all of you today. My topic is dealing with police reform in general, not just only in the United States, but also abroad. How does police reform reflect in what we see in everyday life? First, let's start with what I feel one of the most important aspects of it is, what is the government's view on police reform? The government depends a lot on what and how are they constructed. Are we looking at a government that is in a democracy, or are we looking at a dictatorship? In those aspects, the democracy or dictatorship actually forms the police reform or no reform. It dictates how all are treated. It also either elicits or does not take into account anyone's personal view of how a person is to be treated in their everyday life. Given this fact, most people talk about police reform and look at a generalized statement. I look at it and break it down into two contents. In most democracies, a person has a choice whether or not to be in law enforcement. In most dictatorships, the person does not have a choice, especially when we look at young people. Here in the United States, we have age limits, age guidelines when you're dealing with law enforcement. You have to be of a certain age. In a lot of dictatorships, we're looking at children. We're looking at children being put in law enforcement positions that they have neither the choice nor the option to get out of. What does that impact? That impacts a young person mentally for the rest of their lives. They're forced into situations where, first of all, they have no training. They have no sense of why they're even there. And in certain countries, that will impact that country's growth, because now you have brought up a group of young people who know not which they come from as far as a standpoint of law and order, but all of chaos. Here in the United States, we have a mixture of both. We have a mixture of a democracy that's led, but in certain areas, we have what I call mini dictatorships. And when I look at a dictatorship, I look at it as a person not having a choice of how they're being directed, or the playing field is not on a level field for everybody to play on. Here in the United States, we have one single mission to oppose what we call unjust treatment. And our greatest asset is the right to vote. I've been asked a lot of questions dealing with the funding law enforcement. And I always ask the question, why? Why do you want to defund law enforcement, and what is the impact? Before you ask to do something, you need to know what the impact is on what you're asking for. I look at and take the analogy of a doctor. If you had one doctor who was not of a standard, who was committing atrocities, who was liable for not providing adequate health care to their patients? Would you defund the whole medical system? Or would you try to now go after that one element, that one bad doctor, and have them removed? I pose that question to those who asked about defunding the police. It's not about taking money from a resource to justify one person's misdeed. It's about attacking the issue. And how do you go about attacking the issue? Reallocation of funds, in my opinion, is the better of those avenues. And with the right to vote, and I'll just use the United States in that vernacular, you can change the allocation of those funds by using your vote, by putting those people in office that can make the changes that you deem necessary to put everybody on an even playing field. We all want the same thing. At least I hope we all want the same thing, and that's justice for all. When I took an oath as a law enforcement officer, it didn't say serve today, serve 1 hour, serve 1 minute. It was serve everyone, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I had no choice once I took that oath. I didn't care if you were white, black, Hispanic, of whatever orientation you were. That oath bound me to help you at any time, in any place. Law enforcement needs to keep that credo close and dear to their heart. So, in my opinion, when we do go and reallocate these funds, we have to have the training necessary to make sure that the people we want responsible to safeguard our livelihood each and every day actually respect and understand the communities that they serve and protect. See, it's hard for a person if they don't have, a stake in the matter. You know, if you're not from Washington, D.C. in a vernacular, why would you have a stake in Washington, D.C.? If I wasn't from Michigan, why would I have a stake in Michigan if I live in Florida? See, it's very easy to look the other way when you don't have a stake in something. That's why it's very important to make sure that those we have in those positions of service have a stake in the community, have a stake in what they do when they serve and protect. That is the utmost when we talk about law enforcement. That is the utmost when we look at those we want to make sure that we're safe and secure. Right now, in the United States, we're going through an election process. And I say this is the time. If you're in a country that allows you to vote, that allows you to have a right to have a say, this is your opportunity to make that change. Over the course of history, and I'll use the United States again, we have gone through so much as a people of color, to earn the right to vote. So many have died, so many have sacrificed to allow us to come to this junction of life. We should not take that for granted. That is a right that has been given to us by our forefathers to correct injustice and to level the playing field, to bring those into power that would allow this. If we forsake that right, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. We must, each and every day, help one another. The United States, along with other countries, must band together and help one another further the cause of righteousness, of fair play, of treating one another with respect. There are a lot of ways of going about it, but the one sure way is coming together as one. Individually, we can do a lot for selfish reasons, but when we're talking about serving and being my brother's keeper, we have to look at a global aspect, and we have to come together globally to explore all avenues of how to help one another come out of a lot of the turmoils that they're going through. Only in this, law enforcement as a whole will be in a partnership and be able to serve not only their local community, but world community as we stand today. And I thank you for my time and blessings to all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. That was a very inspirational piece for us from a policing standpoint, context of the U.S., and certainly some of the values that we hope we all share. I think we'll open it up for questions at this time. And thank you guys for affording us the ability to do so. You all respected the times quite nicely and helped me along the way. Wow. So as we think about the theme for today's discussion, we talk about many important issues, some of which illuminate in terms of youth and how we integrate youth in peace and democracy. Ricardo talked about cybersecurity. That's an area, as our good friend Gilbert mentioned, that the youth can excel in because they don't have to learn. It's kind of hard for some of the older generation to actually utilize new technology and cybersecurity, and teaching them how to actually the benefits aspect on the ways in which that it can be used actually both to destroy as well as to build and fortify. We talk about Bitcoins as, for example, a new technology that if you don't know how to utilize it, and some would argue that you probably need to minimize it. So I put all of that out there with the idea that there's some questions from the group, but what is the role of police in Africa is the point, right? And so from the context of the United States, we talk about the training and the adequacy of training, and how policing traditionally in the US has always been used to kind of keep, I don't want to say new immigrants, but particularly people of color, browns and blacks, in the so-called proverbial place. In fact, there were many sheriffs or many police departments who themselves were thought to be active participants of terrorist groups like the KKK. Who actually terrorize communities. So when we talk about policing, I would like from your standpoint, from the context of both Africa and the United States and Europe, can we envision a new role for policing that is not built on militarizing policing, but focusing more on how to integrate communities in their own security of their communities, and policing being a key part of that? I just put it out there generally for everyone. We'll just take one or two responders, and then we'll also open it up for further questions and dialogue. So anyone who wants to take it first could go ahead.
I can take it first. In looking at what you just stated, we first must know the root of the issue. That's power. Power, no matter you call it a dictatorship or democracy, is the root of all policing. Why am I doing what I'm doing? For power, to create a power base. And in that power base, you look to suppress certain elements of it, whether it's politically or through the citizenship. So you have to break down both aspects of what you're actually saying. And that power structure, if you see a group that does not either look like you or represent your views, you're going to suppress them. No matter it's in a democracy or a dictatorship. That's the key, power.
Yeah.
How do you disrupt that power structure? In most democracies, we have the power to vote, to try to disrupt those power structures that suppress those who might not agree or look like or support those views. In a dictatorship, it's so much harder because you're looking at a different hurdle to jump. That hurdle comes by a military force or a way of life that has to have a groundswell to overtake. And it takes time. It took time here in the United States. But in a dictatorship, it's going to take even more time because you might not have the power to vote. But you have to be persistent in your goals and in your voice. And I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Next speaker, whoever would like to take it on. Or you could take it in a different direction. I think the floor is, Mary, I'm not sure if we have muted everyone. If anyone wants to chime in, they could help in the discussion. I think one of the panelists has said, how can police reform be implemented in Africa when dictatorship regime controls the army and the police? And I think Lieutenant Colonel has actually touched on that. He talked about possibly through a groundswell, through a movement, through elections. But again, when you don't have the media or the mechanism of elections, and maybe someone can touch on that. We now have the ability of the World Wide Web, right? We saw in instances in several African countries where actually movements began, decisions were able to be reversed when people leveraged the internet. But we also see right now in Cameroon, right, where you have academics, you have intellectuals, you're talking about barristers who actually publicize the so-called irregularities that were taking place in the northwest, southwest part of the country. And as a result of that, a number of them were arrested. So you don't have necessarily, so again, how, from the context of dictatorship in Africa, police reform, how does that take place? Jump in. Ambassador, I would love to hear what you have to say on that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, moderator, and let me also thank our presenter, Lieutenant Colonel Terry, for his presentation. If we look across the board in Africa, we see so many changes that are happening or taking place. Let me start with the recent one in Nigeria a few days ago. The whole world witnessed the movement of the citizens of Nigeria, the people, peacefully seeking police reforms in Nigeria. Unfortunately, the peaceful protest resulted in the death and killing of many innocent citizens and to put pressure on the government and for the president to finally accept the proposal that was on the table by the citizens of Nigeria. The same thing happened a bit earlier in Sudan. The same thing happened also a bit earlier in Tunisia. The same thing happened a bit earlier also in many other countries, including Ethiopia, where I'm from, where I'm currently based. So when the people are seriously engaged in dialogue, whatever that dialogue is, since it is a peaceful dialogue, then at the end, achieving the ultimate goal will absolutely be reached and absolutely be achieved. But the problem is, in many cases, police reform are also seen as measures for the authority in power to remain longer, and of course to silence of the people. In that case, people will.
Sorry, we're having a little bit of.
Want is always supposed to be the case.
Internet is becoming a challenge, but we have to bear with him.
Okay, Ambassador. So in that case, let me put a question directly to Ambassador. Thank you to Ricardo Berinsky. We saw the instance where Cambridge Analytica and other movements actually were engineered, if you would, right? Propaganda was put out there, even in the context of the United States, with regard to elections, where elections, as you mentioned, is a medium where we make those changes. But the messaging was tailored based on understanding of what the youth and what they, predispositions were and what have you. So in essentially they were hacked. The movement was hacked, or the movement was, Ricardo, from the context of Cyberpol, what are you seeing with policing and movements being hijacked, if you would, or influenced by propaganda?
Yeah, well,
how would you make those reforms?
Let me first begin here. Social media is a very good thing, but also a very dangerous thing. We have seen, for example, with Facebook, how Facebook can very easily swing masses to one side. And we have seen how Twitter can censor the very same information going to the other side, you understand? First of all, Cyberpol is currently working with several governments, and African Union, by rule of law, is member of Cyberpol. Yet we haven't seen much approach from the African Union to utilize Cyberpol to the extent it should be. Having said that, the policing structure that we know, that's over. With the arrival of the coronavirus, we will see major changes over the next 2-3 years. The boots on the ground has changed. This is boots on the internet. And today, if we don't educate our officers worldwide to be cyber literate at the same time, almost certainly a failure in future. The first key is education. Education to the global community, the law enforcement community. The second part is understanding the dangers and educate again on social media activities, what to look for, what is the trends. And the third one is to identify the actors, because we have seen state actors utilizing social media for state interest. So traditionally speaking, we would have seen a whole different thing just 5 years ago. What we notice today is a first of its kind. Cyberpol is mitigating this as far as we can, but of course, we need everybody to understand the importance of the establishment, and more importantly, the powers granted to us to mitigate this. if the African Union, and I have said recently to the president from South Africa in particular, and others, they have to realize they can't do without our help. But at some point in time, I think that over the next period, we can already see there's movement towards understanding the need. Cyber law enforcement is a necessity to integrate with traditional law enforcement.
Thank you. I know, you know, I think Gilbert, I'm not sure if it's still on, he talked about that 65% of the population in most African countries, or at least the country that he spoke of.
I want to point out something. Sorry to interrupt you there. I see a notice here that someone made a comment. Cyberpol, the African Union will not utilize Cyberpol because the African Union do not want the youth in South Africa to be educated. Let me tell you something quickly. They don't have a choice. The African Union signed the agreement of Treaty 124. Cyberpol is integrated. It's not up to the African Union to decide they will use Cyberpol or not use Cyberpol. It's up to the African Union to decide to which extent they need to compromise with the corruption. And that's a fact. So let's be clear on this. Cyberpol is not going away. It's not dancing to the pipes of any government. It is it's international autonomy. You understand? Right. So this is fundamentally important because most don't understand the future coming in the cyber world, in the cyber control coming. If they don't adhere to the changes coming, Cyberpol will simply react like we recently did. We just simply shut down the websites. We issue an order and it's done. Because Cyberpol is designed to be the watchdog for this. We're not asking the African Union to join. We're telling them you have to conform. You have to conform.
Thank you. Well, again, as Ricardo would agree, when we educate some of our leaders about the benefits and they see the value proposition and they see the regard for the rule of law, I think you would hope that they would be persuaded. And of course, over time, not everyone will be persuaded, as the Lieutenant Colonel will tell you.
We fully agree with
that. You don't get buy-in 100% the first time, so it's incremental, right? And I think this is where we are on the continent. I think sometimes, and the speakers can speak more pointedly on it. Even on the trade side, we want trade to happen, and we put extraordinary conditions on the African countries, on our brothers and sisters. I think sometimes we have to approach, that has to be part of our strategy, that we are incrementalists on some things. Certainly when it comes to human rights, that ought to be something that we ought not bark on. But I think that from the context of development, we have to win the hearts and minds of folks. I think Solomon Mugera had a question or had a statement to make. Is that correct, Solomon?
Mary?
Yes, please.
I think it's a presentation, and I've been warned that because of time constraints, we are not going to play videos, but you'll have those links. You'll watch them in your own time. So maybe I will just go straight to it in order not to waste your time. I'll just go to my presentation and just make it as dry as it is. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's. I think was there any question, Eric?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we have just a few more questions. I know either the ambassador or the lieutenant colonel or Ricardo. You know, maybe what we should do is have you guys make some closing remarks. Then, if there aren't any questions, and we'll go from there. We just have a very wonderful group of panelists, and I know I'm tempted to try to keep them as long as possible. But Solomon, it's all right, is mentioned that we have some other stuff coming down. So we're gonna flip a coin, and maybe the one that is the youngest will go first. Oh, it's Ricardo.
Okay. Well, first of all, I wish to say thank you very much for the participation, and to the ambassador in particular. and all the participants from law enforcement. All the governments were notified officially in 2015 about the arrival of Cyberpol. It was officially done in Brussels, and every government embassy was invited. The fact that many officials didn't take it serious at the time doesn't mean it's going to change things. We need the African Union to understand the importance of the role in the cyber world and the new legislation coming. And it's fundamentally important that the African Union plays a role like we did with Interpol in 1945 and in 1976 and again in 1986. Cyberpol is here. And it's important that we make a roadmap that benefits all, not only one country, not only the one or the other. The internet crimes affect you all. It affects us all. And it's only beginning. No government can function without the current internet. You cannot host your folders, your data. Everything is hosted either in a deep structure or in a subsidiary structure. Therefore, the days of thinking we can go back independently without internet, that's not going to happen anyway. Let's go forward, and Cyberpol door remains open to everyone.
Thank you, Ricardo. Appreciate it. We now go into the next youngest in the group, and I leave that to you to decide. Go ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Terry.
Thank you. I want to also thank all the esteemed guests on the panel today. Always putting a great program together. I would say in closing, in any, well, I'll just say throughout history, people solicit change by creating a goal. The goal has to be communicated to those who want the change. It has to be a clear and unbiased presentation and education to those. That goal must outlast and outreach any leadership. The leader can change, but the goal must stay the same. And if those who are imparted the blueprint, and I call the book, the blueprint of your goals, if the community knows your blueprint and have read that book from cover to cover, if the leader is dismissed after the first chapter, they can pick up chapter 2 with a new leader. Or they might not even need a leader.
Wow.
And they can go from chapter 2 to chapter 3 to chapter 4, because now they know the blueprint. They know the goal of why they're doing what they're doing. So it has to be a clear communication of what is the goal and why are we doing it. And that goal must outlast any one person. Thank you for my time, and blessings to all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Terry. We now have the last, I think the last but not the least, the Ambassador Salah Ahmad.
Thank you so much, Eric. I greatly appreciate it. Once again, let me thank the organizers for having me tonight or this evening. It's a bit early where you are. But let me just respond briefly before I make my concluding remark to Mr. Ricardo on the African Union and whether the African Union is supportive of this Cyberpol or not. And I don't know why the African Union suddenly been singled out, although the African Union as a continental organization is an organization that is built on rule of law, democracy, and good governance. And this is what we're advocating for in Africa. Africa has been handicapped because of colonialism. Africa has been challenged because of the history of colonialism and slavery. And that is why the African Union was created in 1963 as an OAU, an Organization of African Unity, to liberate the continent. The Africa we're talking about today is only 50 years old, although Africa is the birthplace of mankind. We as Africans, we are very proud of what we have built so far. And by the way, let me correct Mr. Ricardo and say the African Union has its own convention on cybersecurity and personal data. This convention was introduced for adoption on 27th of June 2014. The African Union signed a number of MOUs with ASEAN, with the European Union Commission, with the Inter-American Organization, all in this regard. So the African Union cannot be singled out as an organization that is not supportive of cyberpol. Come back, Mr. Ricardo, and you are welcome to discuss. We can discuss this issue and take it forward. We here in Africa and the African Union, we are very law-abiding organization, and we are very, very supportive of the freedom of expression and the freedom of association, and this is what we've been advocating for. And by the way, the African Union is the only continental organization, and I repeat, the only continental organization that has civil society structure, ECOSOC. It is only available at the United Nations level. But the African Union has established ECOSOC as the civil society parliament to participate in the affairs of the African Union. In addition to that, the African Union recently selected a youth envoy, a young lady, to represent the African youth in the affairs of the African Union. Last but not least, the African Union human rights system is a unique system, simply because we don't only care about the laws and provisions, but the system also cares about the people and the diversity that we have in Africa. So let's work together. Let's work together hand in hand so we can make the entire world a better place for all of us to live. Once again, thank you so much for having me this evening, and I greatly appreciate it. Have a good evening. Thanks.
Oh, wow. Well, what can you say? What a masterful piece of diplomacy on the part of Ambassador Salah Ahmad. And I hope Ricardo and the rest of the participants heard, and the African Union is on the move, and there's a place for everyone, from what I can tell from Ambassador Ahmad's remarks. Thank you so very much. It's so gratifying to have participated as moderator in this session as the previous sessions. So with that, Mary, I know we're going on to our next, I think we'll be treated to a wonderful piece by Mr. Solomon Mugera.
Yes, and I want to thank the ambassadors. We are now going for the second session, but please, African Union, still, if it's possible, stay around, because the second session also is pertaining to Africa, and we have ambassador from Mali aboard. So if it is possible, please bear for that. Thank you.
Yeah, and as I do that, you know, I should never miss an opportunity to thank Marie Ferreira and the Watch Africa Grow for their steadfastness and their dedication to Africa here in Washington and beyond. This is a wonderful program, and I know others who posted questions asking whether or not this would be broadcasted, and whether or not journalists on the continent would have the opportunity to have access to it. And I think Mary could speak to that.
Yes, we are right now live on YouTube. We are live on Africa 2050. We are live on Africa Today, and we are live on 4 directions. So basically, we are reaching out, although we may not be just in the room here.
Indeed, indeed.
And we have a BBC aboard, who is Solomon. So I think since he's even going to be a speaker, so he should be also doing some work on that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much. I think I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Solomon Mogera, who is the head of journalism for the African region of BBC World Service. He is in charge of 12 language services that reach the combined weekly audience of nearly 100 million across digital, radio, TV. BBC's Africa staff of nearly 700 is spread across London and several cities in Africa. Over the past few years, BBC Africa has introduced a wide range of TV and digital programs covering business, health, sports, Fact Finder that tackles the spread of misinformation, women's discussions programs, the first children's program by an international broadcaster in Africa, and the award-winning investigations documentary Africa Eye. Solomon began his journalism career in Kenya, where he worked with the state broadcaster KBC and later joined privately owned TV station KTN. He holds a master's degree in media management and is a trustee with, I hope I don't kill this one, Okenden International, a UK-based charity that supports the rights of all refugees and displaced people. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Solomon Mogera.
Thank you so much, the chair, for that warm introduction. And as I said earlier, I've been warned that because of time, I will have to limit my contribution. So any fanciful photographs and videos, we are going to send them separately to you. When you've got time, you can look into that. And I just want to say a big thank you to Watch Democracy Grow for inviting me to this event to share with you my views about the role of journalism in promoting good governance. And it's also important at this point to state that the views that I'm sharing are personal, are not necessarily representing that of my employer, the BBC World Service. But it's fair to say that these views are informed and shaped by the work that I do and the observations that I've made over the years as a journalist, working for the BBC, and in my early years in Kenya, where I worked, as you heard there, with the state broadcaster KBC and later on with KTN. I will dwell a little bit on Nigeria because it's in the news, and again, it lends itself to the topic we're discussing right now about good governance. And the past 2 weeks, the world has witnessed protests in many parts of Nigeria against police brutality. They began as peaceful protests by largely young Nigerians demanding the disbandment of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, popularly known as SARS, or in short known as SARS. That is the reason the End SARS hashtag went viral, and protests were not only in Nigeria, but they also spread to London, New York, Berlin, Toronto, and other parts of the world. Local and foreign celebrities joined in the protests, and we saw some tough statements coming in from the United States, from Hillary Clinton and from the United Kingdom here. We also saw how the government of the United Kingdom, what it said about those protests. So far, we know nearly 70 people have been killed in the protests, majority are civilians. We had 51 of them, according to this the data that the president shared, 11 police officers and 7 soldiers. It's been 2 weeks we've witnessed jailbreaks, looting, vandalism, business premises, including a TV station being set ablaze, police stations attacked, the thrashing of the palace of the Oba, one of the traditional leaders in Nigeria. Human rights violations include the ones that we are being told SARS was being accused of. The human rights violations include torture, extortion, and extrajudicial killings. But what was really disturbing, listening to people from Nigeria, were things you wouldn't expect in a modern society. That to have an iPhone, to have a laptop, to even don dreadlocks, you would fall foul of SARS. That was enough for SARS to punish you. And the irony here is that SARS actually was created to combat armed robbery and kidnapping. That is to fight crime, but you've got now a unit that was hell-bent on perpetuating crime. So a video of SARS killing a young man went viral, sparking those protests. And after days of those protests, SARS was dissolved. So you would say that was victory to the protesters. But this was just one of the many times that that unit has been disbanded over the years. A new unit, a special response and tactics unit called SWAT, was formed. That was dismissed by protesters who saw it as simply old wine in a new bottle. And they began to demand for better governance. Well, the government has promised extensive police reforms. We've seen some action beginning to be taken there as well with that judicial review. But beyond that, Nigerians will not forget the suffering they've undergone at the hands of members of SARS. Those who have lost loved ones. And if there's any process that's going on right now, they are expecting justice. So for days, events in Nigeria were trending on social media and widely covered by both local and international media organizations, including the BBC, which has a strong presence in Nigeria. In fact, Nigeria is the third largest market for the BBC after India and the United States. The BBC has got two bureaus in Nigeria, one in Abuja where BBC Hausa service is based, and in Lagos where we have got 3 language services, Pidgin, Yoruba, and Igbo. And we also have got a team that covers news events for the entire BBC in English. Over the past 2 years, the BBC has devoted resources to extensive coverage of events and issues in Nigeria. For example, last year's general election, I think is the first election we've ever had such a massive coverage with town hall debates involving candidates who are going for governors' positions. We couldn't get the presidential debate, it just didn't happen. But then we decided, why don't we do a governor's debate? And that went down very well. We've also highlighted how codeine cough syrup, a medicine that had become or has become a street drug, is destroying thousands of lives of young Nigerians. And then about 6 months ago, we had the scandal of some university lecturers demanding sex for grades. And as a result, we know action was taken. Some of those lecturers were dismissed. And we saw the Senate passing a law, an anti-sexual harassment law, to protect university students. Not long ago, we highlighted one of the torture methods used by Nigeria's SARS unit. It is known as tabe. Now, tabe involves tying hands from behind, then joining them with legs also tied from behind, arching the spine, and contorting the body into a triangle. So one is then left to lie in that position or suspended with a rope. And when you're suspended with a rope, you could see in some of the photographs, so we can't show them now, that sometimes you can be suspended with bricks or wood, with fire on the floor, rising to your belly. And we've had multiple videos showing detainees bound in that way, a manner that immobilizes them. In some cases, we see a block of stone or wood being added on the back to intensify the pain. And again, we've sent around a link for you to go and watch what tabe looks like and why SARS was using that method of torture against victims. Let me now move a little bit away from Nigeria, because there are other countries where we've also been highlighting and putting under the spotlight activities or issues that are quite disturbing. Last September, a military tribunal in Cameroon sentenced 5 soldiers, each to 10 years in jail, for their part in killing 2 women and their 2 children. Now, these women, when you look at that video, you'll see these women. One has got a child strapped on her back, and the other one's a young little girl walking with the mother holding the hand. They're being led somewhere, and then blindfolded, and then they're shot from close range. The Cameroonian government initially denied that soldiers had been involved in that attack. But BBC Africa Eye team investigated footage of those killings and identified the soldiers who carried it out. They identified even the weapons they had, including the military fatigue they were wearing. And I think, to me, that was one of the best forms of journalism coming together with the technology to identify perpetrators of a crime. And I hope you will have time, if you've not watched it before, please do have a look at that. It was one investigation that was praised and won so many awards. But more importantly, it is the impact that that investigation has done. As I've said, what has led to those soldiers being sentenced 10 years in jail. And again, the impact I spoke about in Nigeria, the anti-sexual harassment laws. And in terms of codeine, we saw how the government banned importation and manufacturing of codeine in the country. And we hope that some of those things we are seeing, what the government has been doing, are going to be sustainable. So to wrap up, let me just touch on the word justice, because to me, this is at the core of everything we are discussing in terms of good governance. And justice is where we in the media need to be shining our spotlight, because the mantra of Africa Rising, the mantra of this is the year guns will go silent in Africa, the mantra about let us have peace and prosperity, without a foundation of justice, it will be akin to chasing a mirage. It will be a mere postponement of a disaster. And for me, justice is about holding power in society to account. Yes, it's important to hold power to account, but equally so, it's important to hold society to account, because those in power are created by society. And that is, to me, an imperative for society at large to be equally accountable. If we do that and embrace, first of all, justice for people who have suffered for many years, people who have lost their loved ones, people who've been deprived economically and socially, people who've been left on the margins of society, people whose only alternative has been to cross the Mediterranean to look for better opportunities elsewhere, and some of them end up drowning. The word is justice. Not even peace, justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. And I want to just thank you for the work that you're doing in some of the most hottest hit areas. Cameroon is certainly one that looms large, and we all still wonder why the world is not responding as much as they should in trying to mediate what's taking place in the northwest, southwest part of Cameroon.
You're right on the issue of Cameroon there and what's going on there. You're very right. In fact, you saw on Saturday gunmen attacking a school in Kumba, killing 7 children between the age of 10 and 14. When you hear a parent telling you just how much hope they had in that 11-year-old girl or boy, it's painful, and nobody's taking responsibility. We are reporting on that.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you. Hopefully we'll have some time to talk more, and we certainly hope, Mary, that we will share some of the links to the important work.
Oh yes, we will.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, we will have just a small change to our agenda, but our next speaker will be Ambassador Nimaga. Let me go ahead and give you a little bit about His Excellency. So His Excellency Mamadou Nimanga, I apologize if I mispronounce, and I should say, because this is a francophone, say Nimanga, no? Nimanga, exactement. Excusez-moi, His Excellency. So His Excellency Mamadou Nimanga, he is Ambassador of Mali to the United States and Mexico. Is a career diplomat. He has his master's degrees of laws and sciences and master's degree from France, National School of Administration, the certificate of Geneva Institute of International Studies, and the certificate of China Academy of International Studies, and perhaps many more, certainly in the field of post-conflict management, human security, and disarmament. He's an experienced and highly effective policy professional that has history of serving in Addis Ababa for the Mali of the Embassy to the African Union. He's a senior diplomat advisor to the cabinet of President of Mali and the Foreign Service in his country. He's a lawyer by profession and the youngest ambassador ever appointed by the Malian head of state as the ambassador to the United States. I want to welcome you. Thank you very much. I will tell you, one of my very, very good friends is from Mali, and I know you'll do him proud. So thank you very much. Welcome to Watch Democracy Grow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished participants, the team of Watch Democracy Grow, Marie and others, and those who are following us right now. I would like to thank everybody, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel. I would like to share with you my perspective on the leadership transition in Mali. My country is at the critical moments of its history. Once a promising democracy in Africa, two coup d'etat occurred in Mali in 8 years since 2012. The country has been going through a multi-phase crisis. It's clear that there are many underlying factors that lead to such kind of a deep crisis. In any case, building strong institutions is a prerequisite if we want to stop this disruptive change of regime. In the specific case of Mali, despite our commitment to promote democracy and its principle and the role of law, we should recognize that our young democracy is still fragile. In addition to the social political impasse, many other challenges have compounded: security, economic, and sanitary with the COVID-19 pandemic. So rather than seeing the setback with pessimism, we are looking at this phenomenon as a process of learning, a trial and error. In order to deepen and strengthen state institutions, some important reform are required: constitutional, institutional, and electoral code, etc. This interim period will be exploited to tackle major obstacles that hinder political stability. So as I said that for Mali, this transitional is at the same time challenges and opportunities. Despite tremendous effort to negotiate and reach a peace agreement with armed groups, security situations has become worse. The north area in the country are still subject to attack on civilian, international, and national troops. Terrorist groups continue to extend their influence in the center, attacking and strengthening the local population. This situation has negatively impacted economic growth. The humanitarian situation also remains of serious concern, with COVID-19 compounding an already fragile situation. Economic growth is also suffered. So, following the coup, everybody knows what's happened. So, I may start by the coup, so make the economic for, the background. Following the coup, a series of consultations were convened with the key political and civil society actors on 10th September to 12th. Participants adopted a charter for the transition, providing a framework for holding of election over a period of 18 months. The charter also provided for a president of the transition, a vice president, who is responsible for matter of defense, and a prime ministers who will lead a government of no more than 25 ministers. So that is the structures, institutional structure of the transitional. We have the president, new vice president, which is new, but and also the prime minister, and we have already the government, which is composed by 25 ministers. Furthermore, the charter includes a call for creation also a national council of 121 members to act as legislative body. So as you know, the parliament was dissolved by the president before he resigned. So this is this new national council will compromise all national stakeholders, including the signatory armed group. And which is important also to note, this is the first time also the armed group is part of the government. There, both SEMA platform are all sit now in the new government. So the roadmap to ensure the continuity of the states and to create the basic condition for the establishment of stronger democratic institutions, a level playing field for the national election, and the full restoration of the constitutional order. So that is the roadmap. And the way forward, looking forward, the people of Mali sees this moment of history as an opportunity, opportunities to complete overall the states and our democratic system. So in his guidance letter to the Prime Minister, the President of the transition, His Excellency Ban Dao, laid out his priorities. In 80 months, our country must be reconnected with full constitutional legality, with new elected officials, including a President of the Republic. In the meantime, the government will mainly focus on strengthening security across the country, promoting good governance, overloading the education system, initiating political and institutional reform, adopting a social stability pact, and organizing the general election. So the key challenge will be to organize, an election, the general elections, which include legislative, presidential, and the regional. So in cooperation with ensuring the security situation is the most urgent, are critical for development. It's entails stabilizing and restoring state authorities throughout the country. To that end, the reconstituted armed reform and inclusive Malian defense and security forces are being redeployed, and the means of our defense and security forces also are going to be strengthened. So in cooperation with international troops, our armed forces will continue its fighting against terrorism and organizing crimes, so insecurity and so on. So promoting a good governance also is a priority by addressing citizen needs. Fighting corruption and impunity are among other actions that will be implemented. Auditing fines that are allocated to security, defense, and justice sector is also planned. The president also instructed the government to pay attention on promoting human rights and abuse against civilians. And one other priorities will be the implementation of the peace and the reconciliation agreement. So that will be revitalized. Now, that both signatory movements are represented in the government, as I said before, that should be possible, to revitalize, the peace agreement and to accelerate its implementation. As the president put it, I quote, "Peace is goal. Everything else must contribute to achieving and preserving it." So this is one of the most important thing to put in our minds during this transitional. But also, since one of the crises, the political crisis, was related to our electoral system, so its reform must be achieved entirely, because that is the essence of the transition. So we have to reform the electoral system too, organizing transparency, transparent, fair, and accepting election by all, including referendum, presidential, and parliamentaries, for us is very essential to build the confidence between the population and the state. The goal is to end the unfortunate tradition of post-election crisis. So the constitutional and institutional reform are overdue after implementation of the constitution that has shown some weakness that need to be addressed. A new constitution will be adopted. These are some of the action and measure that the transitional government intends to execute. Perhaps the transition period will be too short to realize the ambitious reform that this refurbishment entails, but the state is continuity and future elected president will continue, So as the transition evolves, I call upon international community to continue its engagement in support of Mali and his in this sensitive period. In building the foundation for a more stable and peaceful countries, we are very grateful for the people and the government of the United States and the regional organizations like African Union, like ECOWAS, and the entire community who support us in this difficult situation. And we do believe that also the role of the civil society to continue to promote democracy and human rights is very essential. So I would like also to say that the transition cannot solve all the problems. It's short, but it should promote democracy, human rights, and that's why I think for us, the challenges will be how to strengthen the democracy and reducing poverty through economic growth and strong partnership with fight against terrorism. Stakes are high, not only for Mali, but for the whole region. So I may stop there, and I do thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, His Excellency. I want to say a tip of the hat to Malians who saw fit to heed to some of the demands of ECOWAS, but also who saw fit to really demonstrate at this level of their maturity as a young nation, in that sense, where they've put a good roadmap towards normalization and reinstatement of the democratic principles. Is a tremendous compliment, and I think it speaks well for youth as they look to the future. And the leadership, like you, Ambassador, and others, is just wonderful. So thank you. With that, I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce my wonderful friend, Mary Herrera. And we have so many compliments for her, but she will not be just speaking, but she will be introducing the next speaker, And after that, I think we will break. That'll be our last presentation for today, which we bring some closing remarks. So she'll introduce our good friend now. We see him as Watch Democracy Grow as a friend of democracy, as a friend of the organization, in Ambassador Salah S. Ahmad. Mary, if you would.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric, and thank you so much, distinguished guests. Our last speaker is actually a fill-in for our representative to Sudan, who couldn't make it because of the lockdown right now where they are operating. So the next speaker we have is the former Rwandan ambassador to India, the former Army Chief of Staff for Rwanda, and Ambassador Kayumba holds a bachelor's degree in ROS, a master's in global security. And without due, Ambassador Kayumba, the floor is yours. And we are glad that we have African Union aboard. And Ambassador Salah is going to do the closing remark for the day. Thank you. And after we're going to cite the case study on human rights issues on the continent for us, and the case study is going to be Rwanda.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Thank you so much. First of all, I must thank Watch Democracy Grow Now for inviting me for participation and for presentation. I therefore thank my good sister, my very good friend, Mary Uwera, with whom we have shared a lot and we share a country. And I thank the facilitator, Gregory. He has been very, very inspiring in facilitating this program. And of course, the participants, the panelists, and the participants. It's a great pleasure talking to you today. The topic today is about strong institutions, good governance, and human rights. Lieutenant Colonel Terry talked about dictatorship. Today, I'll talk about totalitarianism, because totalitarianism is a higher form of oppression than a dictatorship. Our friend Mujera from BBC talked about what BBC has been doing, mainly in the countries of West Africa. He talked about Nigeria, he talked about Cameroon. But I must state here, and if Mujera is listening, BBC is banned in Rwanda. BBC does not operate in Rwanda. For the last 6-7 years also, BBC is banned in Rwanda. And possibly on the next segment, anybody from BBC possibly should be able to talk about how the media is treated in Africa, and possibly Rwanda would be.
Just to clarify, BBC Great Lakes, yeah? BBC Great Lakes is banned in Rwanda, you're right.
Absolutely. BBC Great Lakes is banned in Rwanda. In any case, Rwanda is based in the Great Lakes. And in any case, that is the Kinyarwanda program, which most of the people listen to. However, since today I'm supposed to give a case study, and the case study is about human rights, I'll talk about generally the fundamental human rights, the right to life, the right to dignity, the right of choice, expression, and association. And I try to highlight those in the context of Rwanda. First of all, Rwanda is touted as a country that's developing. But development cannot be in abstract or in a vacuum. Development must be tied to the people. But what happens in Rwanda is that the right to life is violated, constantly violated. You must have heard recently of the assassination of a gospel singer who was picked by the police called Kizito Mihigo. This man was a genocide survivor. And he sang music, he was composing music, mainly for national reconciliation. But there's always a narrative in Rwanda that is put out by the state, and you must go by the narrative. His was a narrative that was encompassing of all ethnicities in Rwanda. And this man was picked, and what you heard was that he hanged himself in prison using bed sheets. And definitely, you know, prisoners in Rwanda don't have bed sheets. So, of course, that was a lie. And since today, no investigation has been carried out. The recent case is the case of one humanitarian, a man who saved a lot of Tutsis. And the guy is a Hutu. You know, the Rwandan genocide mainly was perpetrated and carried out by the Hutus. Now, this man called Paul Rusesabagina decided against all odds, against his own ethnicity, and saved over 1,000 Tutsis. And he was yet that by his own brethren. Recently, this man was picked from Dubai through an extraordinary rendition and taken to Rwanda and is being paraded in a kangaroo court. How come in the 21st century that you can see a country involved in extraordinary rendition of people who are exposed to the regime? This is extraordinary. And if you are going to talk about human rights violation, this is where we should be able to concentrate. I don't hear Nigerians or even Cameroonians abducting people from wherever. But in Rwanda, we have had citizens being harassed in Australia, in the United Kingdom, assassinated in Kenya, where our friend Mujera worked. We had a minister killed in Nairobi. We had a prosecutor abducted from Nairobi. We have had killings in South Africa. We have had killings in Mozambique. And this is very clear that whatever we are going to do, we must not be duped. Because what is put out there is that the regime in Kigali is a developmental state. And even that one is a fallacy. It is a fallacy because the statistics that are put out there by the regime are normally forged. And the World Bank has said so, that the statistics are forged. Those of you who are familiar with the region, there's no way you can ever claim that Rwanda develops more than Kenya or Tanzania. It's not possible, because you have to look at the indicators that could be able to underpin development. That's not possible. But what will they tell you? They tell you they have got a clean city without beggars. The presumption is that all Rwandese are so rich and you can't have a beggar in Kigali. Yet you can have a big slum in Nairobi called Kibera. And when you look at the economies of those countries, it's a very big disparity. Then they will tell you it's because Rwanda is very well managed by an incorruptible leader. Yet I can be able to tell you, and with facts, that President Kagame owns 4 presidential jets. Imagine 4. President Uhuru has one, Magufuli has one, Museveni has one, Burundi has one, yet Rwanda, the president has 4. One for himself, another one for his wife and his daughter, another one for his sons, another one for reserve. And this is out there for anybody to see. I can always be even send you the numbers for these aircraft. And one of them was used to abduct Rusesabagina from Dubai. One of those aircraft with the presidential jets was the one which was used to abduct Rusesabagina. So if I'm going to talk about corruption and a leader of a country whose GDP is $8 billion a year. And you can't say there's corruption. So what is corruption? Another thing is you have aid funds being siphoned out of the country and put in Panama. You can look at the Panama Papers. And recently, there was a publication from the World Bank where the government of Rwanda took away funds, $190 million, and put in a foreign account. And yet you go out, you go and ask money from the World Bank, from the IMF to fight COVID. Why don't you bring back the 190 million that is sitting in a bank somewhere? And that money can be traced because it is clearly stated that this is money that was stolen. So what do we have in Rwanda? What we have in Rwanda is assassinations and disappearances of the opposition parties and opposition members. Most people in the opposition are either forcefully disappeared or are arbitrarily imprisoned, therefore violating the principle, human rights principle of freedom to associate and freedom to dignity. And then what else do we have? What you have in Rwanda, and we're talking about strong institutions, is whereby you have a leader who allocates himself 99% in national elections. And we are told the AU is here, we are promoting good governance. How do you promote good governance in a country where a leader allocates himself 99% of the elections? That's not possible. Possible even Jesus Christ, if he came back, he wouldn't get those numbers. And then you change the constitution. Rwanda had a constitution, and within the constitution, there was a clause 104 that indicated that under no circumstances should the constitution of Rwanda be changed to allow a president to stand for 2 consecutive terms. And the consecutive terms in Rwanda were actually wrong terms because they were 7 years each, while in other countries could be 5, but Rwanda had 7. And Kagame had been in power since 1993. Then 2010 he becomes president. Then 2003 goes for elections. He steals elections and gives himself 95%. 2010 he gives himself 93%. Then 2015 he changes the constitution, and then 2017 he gives himself 99%. Now, there is no way, therefore, we can talk about democracy, strong institutions, the rule of law, when actually all tenets of democracy are being stifled. They are being stifled because when you have got 99% for one person, it means there is no opposition in the country. So there is no alternative voice. And what do you have? Eventually what you have is a totalitarian state. It's a totalitarian state. Lieutenant Colonel Terry was talking about a dictatorship. But in Rwanda, what we have then is a totalitarian state because the parliament becomes a rubber stamp. The judiciary gets orders from the government who should be charged and what the sentence should be. For example, in the case of Rusesabagina, legally, he should have challenged the government of Rwanda, particularly on procedure. The procedure is, how did he get to Rwanda? You know very well in Britain, there is the case of the Colonel, the Libyan Colonel Belhaji, who was abducted from Malaysia, I think, and taken to Libya. Eventually, he brought a case against the British government, and particularly against Jack Straw. The man eventually won the case. His wife, who had been abducted with him, was compensated, and the British government asked for forgiveness and gave an apology. But in Rwanda, Rusesabagina is being tried, having been abducted from Dubai. And the judiciary in Rwanda accepts to try a person who has been brought to it illegally. How does the judiciary accept to try a person who has been brought to court illegally. And the world keeps quiet. Probably the African Union don't want to listen or even say this is not correct. What should have happened in 2017? Because Article 25 of good governance in the African Union indicates that there shouldn't be any change of constitution to allow leaders to stand for more terms other than those articulated in the constitution. And yet they could allow the government and particularly Paul Kagame to change the constitution and stand again, and he is going to stand again until 2034. And there is nothing that stops him, even now, to change the constitution so that he can stand for life. Now, how then do you talk about liberty? How do you talk about freedom of the judiciary? How do you talk about freedom of the legislature when everything is in the hands of one person? And normally people express their views through various ways. One of them is through the judiciary. If you have got the courtesy to close the BBC Great Lakes region, tell me how easy it is to close a media house in Rwanda that belongs to the Rwandans. If the BBC cannot even resist, how do you expect a Rwandan normal journalist to resist when his newspaper or when he's thrown in jail? All the journalists who reported how the COVID funds that were given to Rwanda, how they were misused, all those who reported about the misuse are all now in prison, incarcerated, and nobody's talking for them. So what remains therefore is a populist government and a populist leader. And how does he do it? By paying handsomely to lobbyists in Britain, in America, and all various countries. That you can always check. Rwanda has the biggest number and the most expensive lobbyists to cleanse the name of a person who kills, imprisons, extradites his citizens, and he has to be cleansed. Number 3 is international relations. Look at the relationship between Rwanda and Congo. Look at the relationship between Rwanda and Burundi. Look at the relationship between Rwanda and Uganda. Certainly, the Congolese leadership can't be wrong. The Burundian leadership can't be wrong. The Ugandan leadership can't be wrong. And Paul Kagame is right. That's not possible. And every other day, Rwanda is at war with almost all its neighbors. In a country where our friend Mujera comes from, in around, I think, 1999 and 2000, the Rwanda embassy in Kenya was closed and diplomatic ties were closed. In 2014, diplomats from Rwanda and South Africa were expelled, were involved in assassination attempts and assassinations against my friend Patrick Karegeya. Now, therefore, also Kenya can't be wrong, and South Africa can't be wrong. Diplomats have been expelled from Canada, from Sweden, from America, mainly for spying and harassing refugees in those countries. Now, therefore, to cut a long story short, what I wanted to present, since today we're talking about good governance, strong institutions, and human rights. What I'm trying to say is, for Africa to prosper, it's quite important that Africans should be clear and frank with their neighbors. You cannot sit in the African Union and somebody is being abducted from Dubai, taken to Rwanda, and you keep quiet, and tomorrow you give a platform and you say this is the greatest leader. That's not the right thing to do. There should be a way of how we should be able to call up some of those people to adhere to the rule of law. That's number 1. So the African Union should advance democracy, should advance liberty and freedom for African people. We cannot talk about colonialism like I have had in the presentation. If I talk about how African leaders, and particularly in Rwanda, our people are colonized by their own. You cannot have fought against colonialism and then you are going to be oppressed by your own people. It does not make sense. Number two is institutions of government, particularly the judiciary and the legislature. As long as the judiciary and the legislature are compromised or are in the hands of one individual, people have nowhere to go. Where they will go, they will be running away to exile because there is nobody to talk for them. So when you talk about people you see drowning in the Mediterranean, it's simply because institutions of government cannot talk for them. And what they do is that they have to run away. They run away because they are oppressed, and they run away because they cannot be able to voice whatever they want to do. Rwanda now has the biggest refugee population in the whole of the East African region. How is it possible? Look at our population, look at the population of Uganda, population of Tanzania, or Kenya. How is it possible that Rwandans are now running out of their country at this material time? And you don't find it in other countries, maybe with the exception of Congo. And the Congo is a special case. But Rwanda also is one of the countries that has a lot of refugees running the neighboring countries. And therefore, you cannot talk about stability, you cannot talk about development, you cannot talk about a clean city when your own citizens are running out to exile. In a nutshell, and to conclude, I would think that to have democracy grow, particularly in Africa, is to look at a case-by-case basis. I'm glad our colleague Mujela talked about Cameroon, talked about Nigeria, but there are other countries that go under the radar. They hide under the radar simply because they can pay lobbyists and nobody talks, or they can intimidate. And those are actually the worst places. At least what is taking place in Nigeria, like Mujela was saying, they can have people to go and investigate, but you cannot go to investigate anything in Rwanda. And that's a problem. So it's quite important we don't just allow deceit to blind the eyes of our people, and particularly the human rights activists. They should go out and speak actively and openly to make sure that you see people who cannot talk for themselves, at least have people who can talk for them. And to conclude, I thank Watch Democracy Grow Now, because you cannot provide this kind of platform. I speak to you now because I'm out of Rwanda. What I'm saying now, I can't say in Rwanda. And possibly, if this was to be found out, possibly somebody's going to be accused of giving me a platform. Like you could have seen recently, when Christian Amanpour gave a platform to one journalist talk about Paul Rusesabagina. Immediately the government of Rwanda was out to attack Christian Amanpour. All she did was only to give a platform for somebody to express a view, and yet she was attacked. So I would encourage the activists, the media practitioners to look at the case of Rwanda and highlight it in its proper form instead of being duped by a clinicity and by lobbyists. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very, very much to our last speaker. Before I turn it over to Mary, I just want to say that Watch Democracy Grow at times, we have a role in really going sometimes at a deeper level into different subject matters. And a case study, as was brought in today, was simply just that. We are a nonpartisan organization, so we're not supporting any political parties or any particular movements, but we are in the business of watching democracy grow. We believe the case of Rwanda certainly is worth watching very closely. And yes, the world is concerned about the latest human rights violations that have been taking place or alleged. Certainly, the arrest of our dear friend Paul from Hotel Rwanda is something worth continuing to watch. But as was mentioned, there are cases going on right now. It's worth watching what's taking place in Cameroon. It's worth watching what's taking place in our wonderful country of Mali. And I'm so happy that the ambassador came on to share with us and give us an update. And so we'll continue to watch as the continent grows, and Watch Democracy Grow has a very important role in that. So with that, I want to turn it over to our good friend, Mary, who's actually going to introduce the last speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you so much, Ambassador Kayumba. And it's tough, and I thank Ambassador Salah, who is also into this kind of Mideast discussion. But as one person said, what is not morally right should not be politically right. Yes, we appreciate, and I come from Rwanda, by the way. I came as a student. All this happened when I was here. So if there is anybody maybe into the political arena of Rwandan's politics, I should, because I've never participated. I was young. I started working for Watch Democracy Grow, but it would be so hard to watch democracy grow to other countries when your own is just sinking. It's quite a challenge, which is what Eric was saying. We don't promote political parties. We don't, but we are trying also to promote political space opening. So for the case of Rwanda, you can't have an alternative until there is a political space. Right now, God forbid, if there happened something today in Rwanda, we can't even have an alternative because we have not been given a chance to be able to know who is able to take over. That is number one. Number two, for Rwanda, actually, democracy is not important for Rwanda. It's essential for Rwanda. This is the country which is trying to survive and move forward the policy of reconciliation. You can only reconcile once you include. So Rwanda needs democracy for inclusiveness. We are talking of a country which has got two ethnicities, major ones. The Tutsis are 15 and the Hutus are 85. There is no way in such a country peace and security would provide until there is a democracy which is going to protect the majority and the minority. So democracy is actually a lifeline for Rwanda and other countries which are struggling, by the way, including Cameroon. I'm just talking right now for Rwanda, but you have countries whereby ethnicity has just torn them, and you need democracy, rule of law, to protect those citizens, for them to survive to the next level. So without taking long, I would just thank Ambassador Salah, who has managed to come. When I reached out, I never knew that he's going to come. To be sincere with you, Ambassador Salah, I never knew that I will get somebody. And then when I reached out, I found out he was in the Department of Political Affairs and Human Rights. I said, what a blessing. I think we are going to start from here and we shall make Africa a better place. Indeed. Whenever we are encountered with these kind of challenges, it's not because we want to be in them, but we want to find solutions. What solutions can we get? How do we engage? How do we get peaceful solutions that would move communities on the continent forward? So Ambassador Salah, as the Marine motto, they say that whenever a challenge poses itself, you don't turn away from it, you go for office. The floor is yours for the closing remarks, and we thank you so much.
Mary, for allowing me to deliver some closing remarks at the end of this program for today. Before I begin, let me once again thank you. Let me once again thank you and your colleagues for organizing this wonderful program, and also for inviting.
Put it there? Okay.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, yes, you are on.
Sorry,
okay, yeah.
experiencing some technical difficulties.
Yeah, sorry, that's okay.
Yeah. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this program. Let me begin by emphasizing a fact that you, Mary, and all the colleagues around this table who are Africans or friends of Africa, they are in fact part of this movement that is the African Union is leading to promote democracy and governance, and to promote and protect human and people's rights on the continent. I'm glad to have listened to the presentation by my dear friend, now if I can call him, we fought a bit during the last meeting from BBC, but as Africans, we always disagree to agree and agree to disagree, and again, disagree to agree in a very friendly fashion and in a very brotherly fashion. After all, Solomon, myself, and others around this table today are all working the same goal, and that is to make Africa a better place for all of us as African people. The African Union is me and you, and together we can make Africa a. I cannot come today and say or lie to you and say this. The picture is very rosy. Africa is progressing as we wish for it and as we hope for it. There are so many challenges here and there, but of course the African people are the agent of change. They have made it in Mali recently. They have made it in Sudan. They have made it in many other African countries. So the African people, as strong as they are, they can always stand up and speak up against any dictator, against any regime that is oppressing the African people. Even if it takes time, it took 30 years in Sudan. It took longer in Egypt. It took even longer in Libya. But the will of the people, and only the African people were able to make the changes, and they will continue to make the changes. We have so many norms, we have so many standards, we have so many treaties, but what is really left is to orient the African people and to educate them on all of the norms that we have, and of course, to allow them to speak up. They spoke in Nigeria just recently, and that led to the change of laws, reform in the police sector. Last year, the same thing happened also in Nigeria, where the youth protested, and they said and demanded reforms under the slogan not too young to run, which also resulted in the reform of the constitution in Nigeria. Today, Nigerian citizens can vote at the age of 18. It was 25 before. Nigerians can run for office at the age of 18. It was 35 before. Nigerians can run for presidency at the age of 25. And it was 65 before, or even, 45 or more. So as you can see, these are happening every day. And the only way for the changes to happen in a positive way is for us as African people to accept that making the change is a collective responsibility. We have to always work together as African people. We always have to join hands as African people. And we always have to look into the future, because the future is here. The future is in Africa. And by the way, The Economist, and I have mentioned this before, The Economist 25 years ago labeled Africa as a hopeless continent. The same Economist came 10 years later to label Africa as a rising continent. And this is the reality. Africa is a rising continent. And the only way for the African people to ensure that the change is happening through peaceful ways and means is by educating the African people, orienting them on their rights and duties, and of course, make them be guided by the African shared values. So then they can make the changes that are good for them, the changes that will make Africa a better place to live for them and for their children to come. We are wasting time. We are learning from experiences from around us in other countries. We do it right. But believe me, we cannot do it through violence or conflict, because that will come at a higher cost. The only way for us to advance democracy, rule of law, and to promote and protect people's rights is through collective work, collective efforts. And with that, we'll certainly make Africa a better place to live. I thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ambassador. This is Solomon. It's a pleasure to meet you once again. And I like the fact that when we meet, we are talking about issues that affect Africa, and also talking about them in an open and objective way, because I tend to think that that is the best way to approach issues in Africa, where you've got to give a rounded picture of the situation. So, for example, what Kayumba Nyamwasa has been saying and others have been saying, look, I don't think there's any country in Africa that is so bad that there's nothing that works in that country. Not at all. For us as journalists, and when we say we in the BBC are independent and objective, is how you look at a country in its totality. So, for example, even in South Sudan, the youngest member state in Africa, it's got its challenges. But there are things that are working in South Sudan that are keeping people alive there and going and giving them hope. Take, for example, a country like Burundi, where BBC is totally banned. In Rwanda, we are partially banned, actually. You've got the Great Lakes, which is banned on air, but you can still listen to English, to Kiswahili, to French, if you are in Rwanda. So it's very important to give an accurate picture of things. And that way, then you can be believable and reliable. You've got to give a rounded picture of something. In Burundi, where we are banned, the things in that country that I believe are working, that we in the media should also be highlighting. There are things that Rwanda is getting right, and we need to be highlighting. The things Nigeria is getting right as the biggest or the largest economy in the continent, even with the protests we've been seeing, the things that are working in that country that make it the largest economy in the continent, and that story is going to be told. So what I'm saying is this: we in the BBC will never ever, and I hope we are continuing to debunk this long-standing accusation against international media that we are only there to report about the bad and the ugly about Africa. That chapter is closed, guys. What we want to do is to give a rounded picture to say Africa's got its own challenges, but look at what Africa is doing. Look at how young Africans are innovating. Look at Africa's academic institutions are doing. Look at how Africa has been managing the COVID-19 pandemic. Just last week, we had a session with the director of the Africa Centers for Control of Diseases and Prevention. That is Dr. John Kengaso. And he told us how Africa had managed to control the spread of COVID-19. And could there be lessons from the rest of the world? Maybe the rest of the world will say there's no lesson you can learn from Africa. No, there are lessons to be learned from Africa. And we in the media have got to articulate that. So I would say, yes, there are weaknesses in Africa, but there's a Swahili saying, which I don't know they'll translate very accurately, that titi la mama hata likiwa na mpwa ni tamu. That is, your mom's breast may have a sore, but it is still sweet.
Wow. Wow.
Can
Well,
I say something, Gregory?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I really agree with Mugera, and it is true. A lot of good things are happening in Africa. You cannot compare Africa of the 1970s, 1980s, and the Africa of today. But if we are to change, what is quite important is to look at what is dragging Africa back. It's quite important. If you don't do that, and particularly issues to do with human rights, issues to do with liberty, with freedoms of people, then there is no way you are going to build a country. Because if you are going to talk about the things that possibly people could have got right, a guy like Gaddafi, he got a lot of things very right. If you look at the Human Rights Index during this time, talk about development generally, water delivery, all that, he got a lot of things right. If you talk about what Mubarak got right, a lot of things are right. But then, where are those countries? The problem is you must be able.
I want to say we're gonna leave that
Sure.
as food for thought for tomorrow, because I think we'll delve into some of those.
Yes.
As you can tell, the topic of Africa, it's so rich, and we speak with passion because we care, and most of us are living it. But we just appreciate what Ambassador Hamada said, and we're so hopeful for what Ambassador Nimaja said is going on in Mali. So the future is bright. And when I saw the yearly group, and I was able to see maybe about 50 to 85 of them, and I took them at the Organization of American States, where they met some of their fellow professionals there, I really felt good, because I know Africa is in good hands. The future of Africa is really in good hands. And you could see with a lot of the youth, young professionals, and now we just have to get it to the top where they realize it's not bad to retire gracefully and to allow for that transition to take place, because the future is immense. With that, Mary, the prerogative, if you would, to just bring it to a close.
Yes, thank you so much, Eric and Excellent Ambassadors. We appreciate you being here today. As again we said, this is a forum to find solutions. I think the biggest problem that we have usually is that we tend to fear one another, tend to run away from each other, and you cannot find solutions until you are together. Even here, by the way, I usually say the whole of the racial issues here, it's because everyone goes away from the other. But if everyone knows what the other is, what are the dislikes of the other, so that we reconcile. I think that was usually the purpose of reconciling Africa. The purpose of the forum is to build a better Africa, a healthy and wealthy Africa. And tomorrow we have a session on debt forgiveness, debt cancellation, infrastructure development on the continent, where again we are having wonderful participants. We have UNESCO, we have I think African diaspora who do advocacy for increasing international support, especially during this time of COVID. But again, the challenge that we get, they will ask us, what are the African leaders doing while you guys are asking for this? And honestly, it's a challenge. We are like, we are not going to give money where people are going to misuse. And even you would understand it. So we are requesting African Union, Ambassador Salah, basically we are going to work with you on the issues of promoting democracy. African Union, 1960, the goal was to unite Africans, and we achieved that goal. We should at least add another goal of at least trying to integrate good governance. Even the goal of unifying African countries will never be achieved if we don't have good governance. So I don't know how much maybe the African Union would again challenge itself. It's there for challenges. So it's that I will close with and request that as you go back, we appreciate your participation. You've had them all. There is nobody who hates each other. By the end of the day, it's because there is grievances that should be resolved to get a permanent solution. And I would thank you so much. The floor is yours. Whoever wants to be part of the discussion, please go ahead.
Well, it seems like in the African tradition, we are closing but reopening. but that tells us. That tells us. Take care, everyone. Take care, ambassadors, His Excellencies, friends. Solomon, wonderful. Everyone, guys, take care.
Bye.
Take care, everyone. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, wonderful discussion. Oh, this thing is great. It's scary too. I know. Big shots. That's Mwambassador Deputy.